Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Flight Data Sim live stream. Today it's the 31st of January 2022, 3 minutes past 4 in the afternoon here in the UK. Back in X-Plane 11, and we are back in the Threshold LevelUp 737-800 for the first ever time. We're actually going to be flying two different aircraft today. We're in sunny Blackpool in the United Kingdom, famous for the Blackpool Tower, the tram, and the Pleasure Island theme park. I've been a long time since I've been here as a kid, and we're flying over to Germany, to Bremen. Flight hour of 1 hour 20 minutes. We're just going to see how the LevelUp handles in comparison to the ZIBO mod, really. Now, the ZIBO mod, as you well know, I've been involved with providing feedback directly to Lubos for the last 4 years or so. The LevelUp's brand new, it hasn't been updated since we flew it, so we know some of the issues with the flight model. I have got the experimental flight model on, but we're just going to sort of give a bit of a comparison, because a lot of people are saying, oh, why don't you just use the LevelUp now? Well, the LevelUp is a great aircraft, and there's a lot of things I like about it which the ZIBO mod doesn't have. For example, the sounds, the look, the textures as well, but the flight model still needs some tweaking, and it's just for you to kind of see the differences today as well. So a bit of fun. Stream will be about 4 hours long or so, but I am on standby. There is a very tiny chance I could get called, but very unlikely this time of year, so I do have to have my phone on loud, and we'll just hope that we don't get called. But it's my last day off today from work as well. I have the beautiful Orbex True F scenery. This is just stock Blackpool here. If you zoom in, look, you can see the Blackpool Tower, you can see the promenade, there's the Pleasure theme park, but it's called Pleasure Island or something like that, I can't remember. And we'll zoom on in towards our aircraft as we get ready. Let's see who we have on the stream today. Mason Iron, phone rings, yeah, I hope not. OA345, hope you're doing well. Quick, someone called Flight Data Sim, unbelievable. A car on the runway, I hope not. I am on VATSIM, and it is a very, very tiny apron here. Blackpool, a very small airport. Jet2 actually used to have a base here. They used to operate the 737 out of this airport, but it's sort of approaching the operational limits for this aircraft, so we're going to be going full 24k for departure. Should be quite good fun coming in here. Quite windy today, but the wind's sort of down the runway, both at Blackpool and Bremen. Hello, Rory Heap. Hope you're doing well. Good afternoon. Looks like an interesting stream. It sure is, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for popping in here. Anthony Teal says, where? Unbelievable. Peter Fletcher, good evening all, hello to you. Domino Messina, hello Captain, good day to you as well. 2 tons. John Padfield Taylor, 31445. Rohit, hello to you. Saw you at the start of the stream, thank you very much for popping in all the way from India as well. Oh, I'm not looking where I'm going, I'm about to wallop straight into the grass there. Anyway, here is the LevelUp 737-800. Now, a lot of people will be wondering, you know, not flying this aircraft, because obviously the ZIBO mod is based off the 737-800, but obviously it'd be better to give a more direct comparison. The LevelUp's great if you want to be flying the other variants at the moment, the 600, 700 and 900 available. So yeah, it's the 800 version. We completed one test sector today. I haven't done the return sector in the ZIBO mod. We are in the latest version of that, 351.26. It's untested right by myself, so hopefully no major problems, and we'll be doing all okay. But yeah, stock scenery, and yes, don't forget VATSIM are doing a huge update tonight. VATSIM Velocity. I have actually updated Xpilot to the beta version 16, which is the one you need to do if you're going to be wanting to use the new velocity update, which is going to make other aircraft on the network look like they're behaving a lot more realistically. It's super cool. Anyway, let's jump on into the aircraft. The air stairs on this, which is a really cool feature with the Threshold LevelUp, is completely animated and modelled, whereas on the ZIBO mod it's just a static image. It's really cool. They actually extended out. I saw it just before the stream, but anyway, there we are. Oh yeah, smooth as ever, straight into the cockpit. It's like I've done that before. Anyway, let's get the show on the road. Live weather, 4 hours behind live time, so hopefully by the time we get back to Blackpool later, it'll be a lovely sunset arrival. Anyway, let's get, I think the GPU is not connected here. There we are. Put GPU there so we can actually see outside. That's not a good sound. What is causing that sound? Why is it doing that now? Oh, gear. So what? Well, that's it wouldn't make the horn sound on the ground, I don't think, but yeah, it won't ever. It's impossible well, unless you would push the open lock lever and move it up physically. It should be very difficult to do that. I think my gear lever on my. Oh yeah, I completely forgot. I've got yoke cam on again today. There you go. Look, I'm a real person if you haven't seen it today. But the gear lever was in the up position, which is why we're getting the gear warning all going off. There we are, all looking good. Battery on, GPU is on the bus. Electric hydraulic pumps are on. Landing gear lever, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green lights, and then we check all the aircraft documentation to make sure we're all legal and up to date. Let's put the emergency exit lights to arm. Let's grab our flight plan. So here's operational flight plan from Blackpool to Bremen. We're Alpaca 1 Bravo Romeo today, and we need a minimum of 5.8 tons. Let's take an extra 1,200 kilos in case a lot of you joining in there. We should be fine. No stripes today. I'm actually wearing the official Alpaca Airways hoodie, Domino Bocina. 5.8, so 6.8. Let's take 7 tons. That's an extra 30 minutes of fuel. So fuel, 7 tons. And payload, take 148 passengers, just a random number plucked out of thin air. There we are, so the passengers are loaded and we just need to call for the fuel truck. There we are, so he should be uplifting the gas any second here, showing 1780. There we are, 1790. Here comes the fuel. Pelado, welcome on board as a member, buddy. Glad you enjoy the content. You get invited to our members only Discord. Hope you enjoy using the custom emojis in chat. Thank you very much for the support. I have my new interactive soundboard up here as well, so I'll be looking for opportunities to make random sounds like ooh, throughout the stream, okay? It was very popular last stream, so all sorts of different sound effects I can play in the background there. Anthony, no trucker's hat. No trucker's hat today. Maybe Jack will make an appearance later. Right, fueling's done. A 10 button we could test. MCP panel will leave for now. Order brake to RTO. We'll reset that. Pop the flight directors on. And flaps are up, matching the indicator position. All looking good. Do a takeoff config warning check. That's looking good. Let's do... What did I forget? Yeah, I knew I'd forgotten something. The fault and fire tests. A bit out of sequence, but as long as you get it done, that's all working correctly. And let's do the fire test. Fire warning, master caution light. Looking good. Then we do the cargo fire test now. Forward aft discharge, 2 green lights. Fire warning light as well. Superb. Let's turn up the panel lighting. That's all looking good. Rudder and aileron trim is 3 and 0. Gear extension door is closed. The textures on the level up are much nicer than the ZIBO mod. Really crisp and clear. Very much a big fan of them. Let's do the stalling test. Need to wait a little bit longer for that. Flight recorder checked. Mac airspeed warning test. IRS to nav. ELT. Don't actually have that fitted like this in our aircraft. It's we have EL2 fitted, but there's no switch in there. I just realised there's a little just outside of Blackpool. Whether that's there or not, I don't know. There's other low-cost German stores available for you. But there we are, all looking good, and we can start the boarding process. There we are, start flight leg. I think it started. I don't think it's fully modelled actually yet, the level up. There we go. Hello JS, hello sir, just had a quick question. Why does the spar valve and engine valve go from dim to bright to off when the fuel control switch goes to idle upon engine start? So that just shows that it's in transit. Dim means it's, in this case, closed here. Bright, it's in transit, and then when it's not illuminated, it's open. That's very important that we monitor those lights when we enter fuel as well. We're monitoring the spar valve to make sure that it opens properly. Perfect. So, I don't think we'll have any ATC here. No, the nearest ATC we have is Echo Golf November X-ray approach, that'll be East Midlands approach, and London Centre online. I don't know if London will be going up as far north as Blackpool. I'm just checking the VATSIM map, guys, to see if they're providing coverage where I am, just for our clearance there. No, we're outside of any ATC regions there. So just grab the latest METAR, which I'm doing on my phone, guys, from Blackpool. So latest weather conditions in Blackpool 22 minutes ago, 310 at 16 knots, so we'll take off from runway 28. Got to do a bit of a backtrack. There's a bit of rain in the vicinity, a few clouds, temperature of 7 degrees, and the QNH is 1026. So let's set 1026 for the QNH, and we'll set the MFRA, which is 1,000 feet above elevation, 1,050. There we are. Perfect. Any problems, we'll just head over towards the Irish Sea, climb to 3,000 feet. Centre is online. I see it, Rohit, but I think they don't actually cover as far north as Blackpool. We're quite far north of London's airspace here. We're most likely towards Scottish on departure from here. Let's turn up the lighting. So there we go. All looking good. And it's now time to load up the flight management computer. So FMC installed. Latest AirAC installed, so it was only updated a couple of days ago from Navigraph. We are in Blackpool, which is Echo Golf November Hotel, and we'll take GPS left coordinates, and we're going to Bremen We have been to Bremen before in the live stream, but I've got really good scenery for it. And I just thought, oh, it'll be a nice sector to go. Why not do that? Something around an hour long. It was actually slightly longer, but why not? Today, Alpaca, Victor Charlie, Papa 1, Bravo Romeo for Bremen, departing off runway 28. Ah, we don't have the VNAV button. It's horrible. There's departure arrivals. There it is. Departures, runway 28. No SIDS here in Blackpool, so we're going to go straight to the route. It'll be a heading select departure. We'll discuss how we do that in real life. There are a few destinations we fly to which don't have SIDS and stars, so you just have to tailor the FMC slightly to allow for that. So we're going to be routing eventually direct to the Pole Hill VOR, which is Papa Oscar Lima, from Pole Hill direct to Upton. And quite a lot to put in the FMC for such a short sector, but Upper Lima 975 to Goles, and from there Yankee 70 to Vegas, or Vegas, then going direct to Dolas, and from Dolas Lima 603 to Lamso. And from Lamso direct to Valam, and Dobak. From Dobak it's November 125 to Evasa. Oh my goodness me, so much. Tango 560 to Gibber. Going to Tenerife for 4 hours on a 4.5 hour flight is half the amount of waypoints. There we are, that's the arrival. So we're going to be flying Ireland. Oh no! What have I done? Oh, Echo Delta Delta Whiskey, thanks. Oh, please don't reset everything. Thank goodness for that. Departure arrivals, that's exactly how it should work. ILS Zulu 27. I think it could be 09, but we'll go for 27 for now. What did I put? Echo Delta Delta Hotel. I know why, because that's our alternate, Hamburg. Whoopsie. Oh wait, no, I've got my emoji for that. Ooh. Not emoji, my what do you call it? Soundboard. Excellent. I didn't do that on purpose either. Right, let's just tidy up the FMS. So direct to Pole Hill, that's fine. And we're gonna probably have 2 Gibmers here. So Gibmer, Bravo Mike November, then Gibmer again. We can get rid of that Bravo Mike November, because that's the actual routing we'll get. Right, we'll activate that, we can execute, and now to the performance. 0 fuel weight, 56 tons. Our alternate is Hamburg, where I was originally planning on going when I loaded up the FMS. Reserves are 2.2 tons to get to there from Bremen. Cost index will use 30, cruising at 37,000 feet for this sector. Quite strong winds today in the cruise level, but from the north, so the average or top of climb wind, it's very similar, at 346 and 120, very strong winds. So as that's the average wind as well, very close, I'll just leave that in. Top of climb ice a -5, and that's executed. I have no performance data on the test sector. I did full 22k, it was quite tight, so I'm going to go full 24, quite a short runway here. And no assumed temperature. Takeoff flat 5, CG 20, it's very... that's very low, 4.75. I'm expected to be as low as that. There we are. Anyway, V speeds are set as well. 34, 35, 45. 45 set on the MCP. Superb. So FMS is all loaded and performance complete. Still waiting for the IRS to align. So your dampers on, nav transfer, display switches, normal auto, fuel, 4 pumps on. Excellent sound effects, exactly how they sound in real life. Sender pumps have no fuel in the sensor tanks, we'll leave those off. We'll get the APU started now, because we'll be on our way shortly. There we are, window heat can come on. Turn up the panel lighting, engine, anti-ice off, electric hydraulic pumps are on, igniters we'll leave on the right one. Trim air's on, packs auto, isolation valve open. It is 37,000 feet for the cruise level, it is sea level at Bremen, so 0 feet or 17 feet, and then we'll pop on some information here. So there's no SID here out of Blackpool, however, if we have a look here at the airport information chart, so we're on stand 2 or 3, I can't remember, we'll push back, and it's going to be a taxi from Bravo 3 Bravo, and from Bravo have to go all the way here to Delta. Echo's too narrow for a 737, and once we get to Delta, it's a massive backtrack all the way for runway 28, so quite a long way to taxi. But it does have some guidance here for departure. Look, so noise abatement. That's the loudest APU I've ever heard. You wouldn't hear that from the flight deck, my goodness. So, noise abatement procedures, departures for turbojet, turbofan aircraft, so that is us, runway 1028. Climb straight ahead to a minimum height of 1,500 feet before turning onto course. Deviation from the above requirement for safety reasons only or when instructed by ATC. So what we're going to do is climb on runway heading 1,500 feet in heading select. Once we're at 1,500 feet, we're going to do a 180 turn direct to the Pole Hill VOR. So the only thing is, I don't know what the frequency is for Pole Hill. I'll just get that on Navigraph quickly, so just bear with me. I'll get that in the background here. 112.1. So what we'll do, we'll go down here. 112.1. We'll just make that active because that's our first waypoint. And we'll put 90 as a random level to climb to. I plan on hand flying this departure. And our runway heading here in Blackpool is runway 28 is 275 degrees. So set heading and course is 2275. There we are. So 275, 275, 275, 90. FMS is loaded. What the AP on the bus now? There we are, and we can now get rid of the ground power and close the doors and retract the air stairs. So let's go here to ground services, disconnect the GPU. Now, yes, someone wanted me, I don't know if they're here in this stream, to do an APU and operative stream. So what we'll do today, we'll simulate after we've landed in Bremen. I'll probably forget this. I'll pretend that I tried to put the APU on and the APU just didn't work. This happens sometimes. Like usually an APU fault occurs when you try to turn it on and it doesn't work. So if that's the case, we have to actually try and get a hold of the ground crew before we get onto stand. Communicate with them via the flight deck that we need the ground power connected before we can shut the engines down. So we'll do that. We'll then get the GPU connected, and then we'll shut the engines down on stand, and then we'll MEL it and transfer it to the hill to be fixed at a later date, and then we'll simulate the next sector in the ZIBO mod with no APU. So we have to do a engine start on stand using the air starter unit, which will be pretty cool. Excellent. So I'll just show you this. Look, we can actually retract the air stairs. We'll close the cargo doors. Where is the air stairs? It's on the page before. Look at this. Retract air stairs. Actually fully animated, which is really cool. Look at that. I think the FlyJ sim does this, so I guess that's could have been from that or something, or they did it themselves. But yeah, really, really nice touch. Superb. Right, so can only close the door once the air stairs are retracted. So we're going to try and use the checklist today. I have been having some audio issues. Patrick, who wrote this checklist, I spoke to him. We're not having my voice, by the way. I spoke to him just before the stream, and it could be a bug unique to my system at the moment, but basically it's working, but the audio is really quiet, even though the audio's turned up to 100%, so I'll try it. Yeah, it's too quiet, unfortunately.
Minimums. Approaching minimums.
So I'd love this audio checker. I'm just not going to be able to use it today. Yeah, so I'll just double check just to make sure I definitely have it turned up here. But you see here on the prefaces, look, it's set to 100%. Patrick tried to help me fix it before the stream, just couldn't get it to work. So unfortunately, it's just I really would like to have it because it's such an excellent addition. I'm going to try it on the way back in the ZIBO mod, see if it works there. It should be fully compatible with the LevelUp, but unfortunately it's just not working today. So we'll imagine the checklist is all complete. We've briefed everything, just need to get the door closed. Double check there's no ATC, and we'll just push back. We're on Unicom, there's no ATC. Excellent. Use your voice, please. No, we can't hear it anyway, but yeah, we'll try it in the ZIBO mod. So what I'm going to do here is order some pushback. I'm just going to do a straight pushback, something like this. It's such a tiny apron here. Well, could be a bit of carnage here as we push back all together, maybe. Right, we'll do something like that.
Ground to cockpit. Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you're ready.
Oh, it's the Moody Man.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Excellent. We're stuck with Jim today, yeah. We're going to try it back in the ZIBO mod. Check system volumes, maybe. Yeah, I have done chronic. All the system volumes. These are the same volume controls, controlled by X-Plane, and I've used it in the past. All turned up to where I'd have it usually for a stream. Hunter Buff, show your dog, please. Soon, soon. There he comes. I'm going to get over to Unicom. There we are. Perfect. Yeah, sorry I deafened everyone.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
We'll continue to deafen everyone with better pushback there. Again, not much I could really do, unfortunately. Mars, regarding the pre-flight procedure, is there ever a reason to test the leading edge flaps on the upper overhead panel? No, it's not actually part of our procedure. The only time I'd really test it is if I had an issue on extension of the flaps, and then see if there's any issues with these lights. But no, it doesn't actually come into the pre-flight checklist. The Aircraft Gamer, how do you get the pushback livery? I was very fortunate, someone made it for me.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
And if you'd like a copy, please let me know in the comments section after the stream, and I'll get the link for you. I know where the link is in my Discord, but I'll have to bury it out there. Right, anyway, we best tell the guys on Vatsim that we're pushing back, and we'll get on our way. Blackpool traffic, Alpaca 1 Bravo Romeo is pushing back, stand 2. I think it's stand 2. Right, anyway, below the line, so packs off, AP bleed on, anti-collision lights on, that'll be master caution dual, for the dual bleed, and transponder out off, releasing the brake. There we are. Let's go.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Connor Martin, do you keep your hands on the fuel lever when starting up until the EGT red line is removed? You keep it on until the engine is stabilised, so that's when pilot monitoring and my operator would say, yeah, engine stabilised, then you can take your hand off the start lever, because you have it on there just in case you have to complete an aborted engine start at any time. Which could be for a whole host of reasons, but the CFM is incredibly reliable. I have not once in 10 years ever had to do an aborted engine start. Anyway, all looking good. We'll now start engine number 2. Just have to close the door ourselves. The cabin does look very nice on this aircraft. Anyway, there's N2. And oil pressure N1, 25%. So we were discussing earlier, we try and check the spar valve, make sure it goes from dim to bright and off, which it has. So yeah, obviously this turn here, it's because it's a heading select departure. We'll just update that when we get to 1500 feet and then turn on route. So I'll start it out, monitoring engine number 2, 2463. Fuel flow is very low. 200 should be around 300 kilos, but I think that's already been accepted. Oh, it's going up. Oh no, I'm looking at the orb. No, it's still 200 kilos. Yeah, it's a little bit low. Starting engine number 1. I thought the issue in the level up moment was the fuel flow was too high with idle. L1 door closed. Yep, it's definitely closed. N2 oil pressure, N1. 25%. Ooh, looks like I'm on the grass. Well, the tug is. That's a pretty aggressive tugging. There we are, soaking out, launching engine number 1, 2, 4, 6, 2. A little bit low, but that's as expected.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Well, the level up. There we are. 2.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Engine 1 and 2 stable. Generators on and APU off at this stage. And then, yeah, as soon as PM says engine stable, you can take your hand off the start lever there. It's very dark in here. Yeah, I know it's cloudy, but it feels it's a lot brighter. I think it's just the X-Plane lighting. Very low engine noise, Roy. I will turn that up for you slightly.
pushing back onto Alpha behind the company 737.
Excellent. So the Rhino about to go. So on pushing back. There's one of the Challenger 650 as well.
Cell is disconnected as bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Thanks, Shouty. Bye. Oh wait, I've got my whole.
Goodbye.
Dear, distractions. Flaps to 5. Flight controls. Full back. Full forward. Full left. And a full right. Here comes the rudders. Full left and full right. Recall. We've already blanked the lower DU. To complete the before taxi checklist, which is here. Fortunately, the audio on my system is very low, so I can run it. You can just barely hear it.
Start switching.
Continuous.
Propane.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Air conditioning.
Max auto, bleeds on.
Isolation valve.
Auto.
Flaps.
Flaps 5 required.
Remember, this is actually checking the configuration, so if it's not set correctly,
Start
it'll
speed.
tell you. It's really cool.
Idle defense.
Flight control.
Check.
Recall.
Check.
Full taxi checklist.
Excellent. So, we'll now we'll do request taxi advised that we're taxiing. Blackpool traffic, outback at 1 Bravo Romeo, taxi to runway 285 Bravo and Delta 2. Perfect. So, that's it. Parking brakes released, and we can now turn off the background music. There we are. And we'll do a config check. There we are. Make sure there's no takeoff config warning. And don't forget, the moment the level up, there's too much ground friction. So, you know, if I set typically 30 to 40% is what we use to taxi. So we've got about 36% here. The speed is accelerating at is a little bit too slow. If I had this thrust setting here in a straight line and there's no brakes on, we'd be doing 15, 16, 17 would be on our way now. If I go idle, the aircraft will actually come to a stop completely on its own. It's like it's braking lightly, so that is something that needs addressing. Yeah, it's completely fine to taxi normally. Cool, thank you very much, Travel Rasmus, as just joined as a member. Glad you're enjoying the content and becoming a member. You get invited to our members only Discord. Hope you enjoy using the custom motion chat. Thank you very much for the dedicated support and welcome. Make sure I'm definitely going the right way. Yes, I am. So guys, tomorrow I also plan to stream again because, as we were mentioning earlier, VATSIM Velocity gets updated, and I'd like to do sort of a stream where there's a lot of traffic. So I was looking on the VATSIM events. It's just the usual stuff on Tuesday. So it's Berlin, Bergen, which I think we did 2 weeks ago, and Zurich. So I might do a stream into Zurich just to have a look at the VATSIM Velocity, but I might take a different aircraft. I was thinking of taking the Dash 8 again. Haven't flown the Dash 8 in a while. Or maybe one of the INI-built aircraft, Flight Factor. I might poll it later. But yeah, I really want to see the VATSIM Velocity. Good things about it. Rohit, how can you do a non-tower departure in real life? Now, my operator, we don't go anywhere that's not towered, so I don't think there's... If we had to ever do that, I think we'd have a special procedure in place. It just isn't the case that happens. In Europe, anyway. This for stock airport is actually quite good. Yes, it's got some standard airport textures and buildings, but the actual markings has been updated, I think. It looks really good. There's a Ryanair chasing us behind. Well, who saw that China Eastern 747 suck up all that cargo equipment on the apron in Chicago? I think it was Chicago. Crazy. Yeah, detailing the textures of this. Oh, I need to look where I'm going here. Right, just check the VATSIM map, just make sure there's no on final in Blackpool on runway 28. It's looking all clear, so no one here, so we're going to enter backtrack the airports. The airport, the runway.
28, holding point Delta 5 Bravo and Delta.
Where's my brakes? I keep forgetting which button it is for X-Pilot. And Alpaca 1 Bravo Romeo is entering runway 28 to backtrack and take off. Perfect. Well, it says I need to update the signage here. It still says 2710. So yeah, we're in the ZIBO, in the level up at the moment, Ellis. We're doing the level up on the first sector, and we'll be returning in the ZIBO mods.
Pushing back from TG next to the Challenger.
So as we enter the active runway, oops, are you a real pilot? Forgot to turn on my turn off and taxi lights before taxiing. Unbelievable. So I'm going to set about 40% here just to, backtrack as soon as possible. Never really use any more than that when taxiing. There we are, and you can just see, the acceleration is very slow. After 30 seconds you'd be doing 35, 40 knots. We're just doing 13, and it's completely flat here. Look, 38%, 13, there's an extra knot. So yeah, it's way too, it's like I've got square tyres, unfortunately. But anyway, we'll do the before takeoff checklist. We'll try and use the checklist here.
Before takeoff checklist to the line. Config.
Check.
Flaps.
Flaps 5 set, green light.
Stab trim.
Set.
Takeoff briefing.
So we've got Pax Auto, bleeds on, V-speed set for departure, 34, 35 and 145 set on the MCP. It's a runway heading departure to 1500 feet, and then we're going to make a right turn inbound to the Pole Hill VOR. We're just going to climb up to flight level 90. NADP 2, any problems will climb straight ahead to 3000. So imagine that is reviewed.
Reboot.
Cabin.
Security.
Before takeoff checklist completed to the line.
Signal signs off as well, lots of AYARPs. And as we're already on the active runway, we could do the before takeoff checklist below the line as well. So let's get that configured. Disengage bars off. So heading select, transponder TARA, and before takeoff checklist below the line.
Before takeoff checklist below the line. MCP.
Set.
Transponder.
TARA.
Strobe lights.
On.
Landing lights.
On.
Before takeoff checklist complete.
Excellent. So before takeoff checklist is complete, we just need to do a 180 and take off. Andrea, transponder to TRA. I think I've done that. There we are. So yeah, no, I've had 38% the whole time, and I'm only doing 22 knots. Had I actually left this, we would be doing 50 plus knots. We've got off the end of the runway by now. Looking good. So 180, backtrack, quite common. What you want to do is, as you approach the end of the runway, ideally I always want to turn left because then I can see clearly instead of turning right. So if you don't have much choice, obviously you need to turn the direction you have to, but turning left if you have the choice is much easier. So you go all the way over to the edge, don't obviously put your right main gear here, and then full on the tiller. And if you need more thrust, you can add thrust on the outboard engine, and that should work out from that position. Should be nicely on the sense line by the time you finish the turn. Alpaca 1 Bravo Romeo taking off runway 28. There you are, look at that. So, tokens in chat, ladies and gentlemen. I'll put on the webcam. There we are. There's timing. Actually, a little bit left of sense line. A little bit more thrust needed. There we are, stabilised. Toga, set takeoff thrust.
Traffic, look up 14, running up, holding position, runway sweep.
There we are, takeoff thrust sets, indications normal. So feeding in a little left rudder.
80 knots.
Checked, release the forward pressure. A little bit too much forward pressure, so the flight control's a bit delayed. To put a little more left rudder in than I expected to.
V1.
Oh, V1 and rotate at the same time, there we are. Keep the wings level, airborne.
Positive rate.
There we are, gears coming up.
Gear up.
There we are, so yeah, it's very sluggish to level up, so if I do this, look how slow it is. It's good, but it's it's very delayed, feels very heavy, the controls,
1,000.
compared to the real one. So 1,000 feet, remember we have to go straight ahead to 1,500. We can now bug up. And there's 1,500 feet, so I'm just going to put heading select in and just to make a turn to the right, slowly lower the nose, and follow the flight director. We can trim nose down as we accelerate. We're accelerating, so flaps 1. There's the one bug, so selecting flaps up.
Blackpool traffic, Alpaca 42 Sierra Papa will be taxiing by Alpha, Bravo, and Delta, and then back tagging the runway by the street.
So, flaps up, no lines again. You just ignore the magenta line at this stage. You know, see, it's not depicting what we're doing exactly, but just wait until you're sort of turning inbound. We can select VNAV and set standard. You'd ask pilot monitoring this stage, right, can you update direct to Pole Hill again? There we are, execute, engage LNAV, and now the routing's updated. And we can now continue to pitch nose down, trim nose down as we accelerate to 250 knots. So the handling, yeah, it feels like I'm flying something much bigger, much bigger. It's just very delayed. Look, I've been turning left out for about 3 seconds. The aircraft's only just starting to turn. The flight controls move a little bit too slow in the level up. There we are, trimmed for 250. Get the autopilot in now. There we are, command, and I can complete the after takeoff checklist. And imagine we've got continuous climb up to flight level 370, which is our cruise level.
Blackpool traffic
There we are, so
pushing back.
after takeoff checklist, air conditioning and pressurisation. We've got 3.0 on the diff. Ooh, the cabin altitude needle's black. It's quite hard to see, but I can just about see it should be white. That is set. Gears off, and brakes off, and standard set, passing 80, flight level 370, after takeoff checklist complete. On our way, guys. Oh, flyby, yeah, we didn't do one. Hold on, let me just get my heading bug matched up. Hard to do a flyby when I've had flying. Oh, very quiet one. The flyby on the mod is a little bit better. Much louder. Excellent. There we are, 100 for 370, pre-cruise checks coming up, fuel, 4 pumps, turn off the lights here, APU off, pressurisation 4.0, set, release the cabin crew wants to recall. There we are, checks complete.
Sierra Papa will be holding short at Delta 2.
Excellent. Yeah, 40 minutes into the stream and we're already airborne. Usually we're waiting for pushbacks at this stage. Everything's going swimmingly. Flight error. PMDG is still the best, even though the flight model of the ZIBO is a bit better. Yeah, PMDG is excellent. I agree. I think the flight model is a little better with the ZIBO mod, which is what I switched to explain 3 years ago. Yeah, engine anti-ice on, a little bit of cloud here. There's no events today in Blackpool or Bremen, so I don't know if we'll have any ATC later. Simple takeoffs. Is ECAM equivalent for Boeing's EFIS? Just wondering why you have to check the pressurisation on the overhead. So the EFIS on the 737, this is the EFIS panel. It's how you control the display on the ND and your minimums and altimetry on the PFD. ECAM is all the messages that you have, I think, on the Airbus, which other Boeings have. So the 777, the 747, they'll have an ECAM, the 757 here. I think that's ECAM, isn't it? It shows you all the misconfigurations and things like that. Things that you've set. Flight when he uses Microsoft Flight Simulator, that advantage will be gone too. I'm not so sure. I've got my doubts with Microsoft Flight Simulator's flight model, if I'm honest, but it's a great sim. Yeah, can't wait to try it though. Then we'll have to then do a level up PMDG ZIBO mod stream. What else is there? Who else makes 737s on this down? Oh, Tom Pasco, you've earned your alpaca. Amazing. Thank you so much for being a member for 2 years, buddy. So yeah, so far so good. we're airborne now, and my feedback won't have changed much from my initial level up stream because I haven't updated it since then, but I have got the experimental flight model on, forced on in the settings, which I did prior to the stream, so it's definitely on. I'm pretty sure it was for the first stream then. But yeah, it's just handling very lethargic, taxiing through syrup all the time. The drag model you'll see today is way off. You can't do an idle path descent at the moment, so it just doesn't maintain speed. So yeah, a bit of work, but I enjoy it, and I think at the moment to give you the opportunity to fly the other variants is really cool. So like the 600, 700, and the super stretch 900 as well. Rohit, Captain Real Life, what is a chance of doing a visual approach? Is it common or rare? It depends where you're flying to, Rohit. Now, if you were to go to Heathrow and request a visual approach, they're going to say no. If you're at a quiet airport and there's not a lot of terrain around, you see the runway, you can request a visual approach, no problem at all. Every airport, every runway, every approach is unique with regards to whether you can do a visual approach or not. But so long as you can see the runway and you're aware of the obstacle terrain, you can request a visual approach, and then you can self-position as you wish to the final. I do visual approaches occasionally. Quite common to do them in Canaries, Lanzarote, when there's not much to hit basically. You want me to do a visual approach today? We'll see, Rohit. It'll be a good opportunity if there's no ATC, to be fair. Hi Aaron, I help mod with the Level Up team right now. They're working on the test flight model that will hopefully address many of the issues you're seeing here. Ah, very good Aaron, that's good news. I do speak to Peter from Level Up. He has asked me to actually join, to sign the NDA and join and provide a bit more feedback. I just don't have the time to commit to that. I mean, you know, I've got a lot of things going on outside of work, personal life at the moment and stuff. Nothing bad, you here, but it's taking up a lot of my free time. And then any other time I get is dedicated to planning streams and content and stuff, and where I can, ZIBO is my first port of call with any feedback. So yeah, my feedback won't have changed from my last, my first stream in the Threshold LevelUp. I love the plane, but if nothing has been updated, nothing has changed. So, David, hi Captain. Is there a maximum altitude to keep the APU on the 737? Depends if you're using it or not. I mean, if you needed to start it at the cruise for a non-normal situation, you can do, but it probably won't start properly. If you're using it just to provide pressurization and electricity, 10,000 feet. If it's just pressurization, 17, is it, 18,000 feet? Depends. But to keep the APU on, there's no restriction actually. Pete, is there not a volcano to hit in Tenerife? There has been a volcano going off on the island next to it. I always forget its name, Las Palmas, I think, which has caused a lot of disruption. The volcano, I think, is now finished erupting, or certainly to the point where it's not affecting aviation anymore. But yeah, it was actually affecting arrivals into Tenerife for a short while. It was really depending on what the prevailing wind was doing. Rohit, any streams in India, Captain? We're actually planning the next members group flight in India, which will be in a little under 3 weeks' time. La Palma, not Las Palmas. Thanks, Dennis. I get so confused with Canaries. You know, I've been flying there for 10 years. Las Palmas, La Palma. They've got airports which are on different islands, but then the name of a different island. It can be really confusing when you go there. I missed it earlier. What aircraft are we taking tomorrow to test out that sim velocity to Zurich? I think there's something different with flying the ZIBO. I'd like to fly something different anyway. Sus, can we leave the APU bleed on all the time on the 737? No. Don't want to put the APU bleed on with the engine bleed on with more than idle thrust. You can back pressure the APU, damage it. 2 requests straight in for the flight factor 7.5. Okay. Yeah, we've not flown that for ages. Actually, maybe I just have to poll it, I think. Francois, fly something easy like Concorde. Crash the A300. I think I'll have to poll it. I'm doing cross the land. Again, I'm on standby. Fingers crossed I don't get called. But for the cross to land on pole, the aircraft choice there to Paul Dunn 757. Felis 747. True, Astrodew. But I'm going to Zurich today on a busy tomorrow. I plan to on a busy VATSIM event, so I don't think it'd be the best suited for that. I think they're all RNAV arrivals into Zurich. The Blériot. Captain, could you go along with the packs off takeoff procedure and the APU in off engine start procedure? Well, that is a tough one. There is actually so basically if you're in that situation where you have to do a bleeds off takeoff and there's no APU, you have to do a completely depressurized takeoff, which I've not actually ever done. I've done a bleeds off takeoff before. I've done obviously a takeoff with no APU either, which is just off basically once you got the engine started. But there is a supplementary procedure for a depressurized takeoff with no pressurization, but it's quite restrictive. Nicholas, how often do you get called when on standby? Great question. Really depends. Time of year. This time of year at my base, you know, there's a lot less flying than there is in the summer, so very unlikely to get called. You know, if I was to say in the last 2 months how many I have been called in the last month and a half or so, December was very busy. I actually got called off. It was like 50-50 on the standbys. So quite a bit of disruption with weather. And a lot of crew are off with coronavirus as well, which I somehow miraculously managed to not catch. And in the summer, yeah, once every 2 months. It really depends. If it's a lot of disruption from weather, more likely to get called. Dennis, have you ever done a landing at Tenerife North? How does it compare to the South Airport? I've never been to North, Dennis, only South, only South. Justin Rhodes, Captain, what exactly do the numbers in the pressurisation panel mean? That is differential pressure and PSI. So we discussed this recently, but I'm more than happy to go over it again because a lot of people are very interested in this. So the big needle here is the differential pressure, the pressure between outside and inside the aircraft. So it's almost 8 PSI now. As the aircraft climbs, it'll also climb the cabin altitude, because if we kept it at sea level, it would exceed the maximum differential pressure. And how this is controlled is via something called the outflow valve, which is sorry to deafen everyone there, let me just turn down the volume. I think it was the last members group flight solar on system. I went into more detail about it. But you see here,
to land homicide.
here is the outflow valve. So you see how it's almost closed here. Basically, the pressurization is controlled by controlling the amount of air that leaves the aircraft. So if I actually go here to manual, and I can actually manually control the outflow valve. So if I hold it open, you'd never do this. It seems to have making the ramp door open. Yeah, if I did it for as long as I did that in real life, it would have probably instantly depressurized. It would have be like plus 4,000. In reality, you need to flick it. So basically, how you'd use this in real life is that you'd only ever do that. Yeah, and literally, if you held that down for 2 or 3 seconds, it'd be doing 4,000 or 5,000 feet per minute. Your ears would be hurting, really uncomfortable. But essentially, look, you'll see if I open the outflow valve, the cabin altitude will increase, and the differential pressure will decrease, and the cabin altitude will increase. So in auto, it's automatically controlled by the pressurization computer to ensure that whatever pressurization schedule you're at, it maintains the correct differential pressure, correct cabin altitude. Completely automated, very simple, but very reliable. Again, never had any issues with pressurization in my career, but they could happen. Excellent. Anyway, 37,000 feet, Mach decimal 77 in the cruise, and we are, yeah, well, I just heard traffic calling, well, saying he was landing at Humberside. I think that there is the Humber Bridge. Let me just get my map out just to make sure I'm definitely correct. Yes, I am correct. There's Hull. So this isn't what makes true air for looking here. It's just having issues showing all the clouds at the moment with, well, that's active sky. But there is the Humber estuary and the Humber Bridge. Prashly, which country do you live in? I live in the United Kingdom, in England. Beautiful. Dinah, how realistic is the PMDG 737 flight model? Thanks, very good. For the in prepared at FSX, the pitch power settings were pretty spot on. For the simulators, they just feel a bit static, a little bit less like an airplane's flying through the air compared to X-Plane, but the actual flight model was very good, the pitch and power. I hope they transfer that to Microsoft Flight Simulator. Liam, you literally live right there in Hull. Very good. I haven't been to Hull for many years. Last time I went there, I went to the deep aquarium. Vlad, hello. Whilst also landing my ZIBO 737, it doesn't trim at 400 feet. Do you have the same bug? Should be modelled flat. If I remember rightly, it does dial in a lot of stud trim as it does in preparation for the flare and go around. But if it's not doing it there, it might be a bug. Has it done it before? I can't remember. I thought it used to. Excellent. No Atlas emojis this time. I remember, John. That was my main concern. So sat at 37,000 feet. The thrust setting, yeah, it's actually, I remember on the test sector, it was right up at max cruise power. It seems to be a little bit less. Whether that's the experimental flight model doing its thing, I don't know. My Wednesday was optimal. Yeah, I'd expect it to be a little, oh yeah, there we are. Let's see if it is now. Yeah, so I think it's just recovering the speed, but yeah, it's a little bit closer to what it should be, but I'd expect mid-80s. This power setting, this level with this growth speed. Hello, Scottish again. When do you use rudder trim? I've always been wondering since I've never got around to using it. So in normal procedures, the only time I really use it, let's imagine, it's not quite centre. So let's just dial in a little bit of right rudder trim. So you've got what happens in here. You get to the cruise, and you notice that the control column isn't centred. Let's just get it settled down here. You know, every aircraft is slightly unique. It might be slightly more weight one side or the other. So every time you level off, what you do in the cruise, if you ever notice the aileron is slightly off zero, making an input here, it means it's not quite balanced, not quite in equilibrium. And over time, on a long flight, you'll be burning more fuels, a little bit more drag, because obviously the autopilot's having to compensate by rolling the airplane to keep it going where it's going. That means the ailerons are not flush, and it's just causing a little bit of extra fuel burn, so it's not what you want to do. So what you do, you have a look at that, and you actually use rudder trim to balance it out. Now obviously in a desktop simulator, everything's always perfect, so you just simply dial in 0 and it's fine, but sometimes in the real aircraft you might have, yeah, it wouldn't be more than one unit, but it'd be slightly more left or right rudder trim just to keep the control column centre. The only other time you'd use it is in the event of an engine failure. Now you don't straight away set rudder trim, you use your feet and your rudders to compensate any yaw associated with the engine failure, then you can trim out those forces with the rudder trim, so you don't have to keep holding the rudder in. So yeah, that's when we would use rudder trim. Hello, Mike Radford. Hi, Captain. Does the angle of the attack indicator not show on the PFD on the level up? And is it all that useful at all? So, my operator, Mike, we don't have the angle of attack indicator. It's an option from Boeing. And like with the ZIBO mod, it is fully modelled with the level up. So you can, if you wish, have the angle of attack indicator. At the moment, I have it modelled as the radio altimeter, but that only displays once you're below 2,500 feet radio. Which you'll see on the approach. You'll see the radio altimeter pop up. Hello, Hannah Burns. Hi, Captain. Are you required to move country if needed to? So, in the unlikely situation that they were to close my base, they try and move you to a base in the same country. But yeah, when I joined my operator, I didn't actually have much choice about where I'd be based. There's a waiting list for every single base. So I actually lived abroad. I lived in Spain for a year. But once I got my transfer back to the UK, I've been here ever since. The same when I became a captain. I was quite lucky to have actually not stayed at my home base, but I got a UK base and I had to just commute for a year. But I'm now based where I want to be at home, so pretty happy. Need a bit of flexibility when you join airlines. Excellent. Pango, last time I went to Hull, I went to a telephone exchange. Interesting, but not much of a view. I'm not going to say anything. I've got someone that lives in Hull here. Ben has just joined. Excuse me. Is this the ZIBO LevelUp? We're the level up on this sector. Level up, and then we're going to return to Blackpool in the ZIBO mod. Arctic, will ZIBO make ZIBO more FPS friendly? I think he's doing the best he can, RB. There was a lot of changes made a few months back to increase FPS. I mean, we can compare it to what we're getting here in the level up over the North Sea. Well, we're on 90 FPS here in the cockpit. We're getting 60, nearly 70 FPS. But we're just sort of over the sea here, so I'll try and remember on the way back to compare. Obviously, Orbex True Earth is quite an FPS hog, but I've got my new beastie PC, which is handling this no problem whatsoever. Hi McFly, do you fly a Vulcan? Hi from Germany, Frankfurt. Good day to you. I do use Vulcan. I need to use it, but Explain 12 is going to be only Vulcan, so I'm just using it all the time basically. Which means I don't get the cool rain effects, unfortunately, on the windscreen. Hello Oliver, you heard a headwind of 112 degrees and 110 knots. My goodness. So we have strong winds here, but it's pretty much, you know, from the side here, so we've got a slight tailwind here. So you can see, look, tailwind component 20 knots, crosswind 131 knots. So you can see, look, we're tracking 102 degrees, but the actual heading of the aircraft, where the nose is pointing, is 086 degrees. It can be quite confusing when you first switch to 737 with a track-up display. So actually, you know, my arrow, the airplane's pointing in this direction. Best way to sort of depict it is if you switch over to VOR. There you go. So you can see, look, that's where our nose is, and this white line, that is where we're going. We're outbound on this white line here. That's actually what it looks like if you were to look top down. Or it's actually, you know, also depicted here on the below the PFD. That's where the nose of the aeroplane is. That white line is the direction we're flying. Our track out course is this. Rahi Captain, those aptitude tests they do whilst joining an airline, how did you prepare for those? Online, Rahi, I can't remember what program I used, but you know, there's so many available. If you type in Google pilot aptitude interview aptitude tests, there's loads. I did an online one. There's one that did reaction tests and all those sort of things as well, which is pretty cool. AFO, what's the main difference between this mod and ZIBO's? Each variant of the LevelUp aircraft have a custom flight model. Yes, they need tweaking and changing, but that's the main thing. Otherwise, the systems have been transferred from the ZIBO mod, which is quite nice. It just needs the flight model to be updated. They need to increase the speed of the flight controls. They're way too slow at the moment, which is causing big handling problems. So hand flying this is quite, I wouldn't say it's impossible, it's quite difficult. It feels very unusual from a bit of a negative training impact if you were, say, using the control column to practice your training. That's why I always stress in all these videos, desktop flight simulators, they're amazing, very immersive, but the handling, albeit similar, it's not the same feel, especially the weight on the controls. Prashnu, do you turn off the seatbelts? At the moment, our operator, no, we actually leave them on all times. You can use the toilet if you wish, you just have to call the cabin bell. Hopefully that will change in the future. That's a pandemic. This is actually advised by EASA, and our airline follows it. So. Also, have you flown any Maxes? Yet to fly the Max. Andre, so it's ZIBO powered. Yes, the LevelUp is basically ZIBO powered, but it's not. There's a lot of confusion with a lot of people at the moment with regards to what this is. This is not the ZIBO mod. It's using ZIBO mod systems to sort of you know, make everything work as it is, but the flight model is very different. So the actual appearance and the functionality is exactly the same as the ZIBO mod, but the flight model, big important aspect of it, is custom and needs still tweaking. But otherwise, yeah, you can jump into this and fly the ZIBO mod, no problem at all. Take care, Raheem. Thanks for popping in. You're over in India, aren't you? So you'll be coming close to bedtime. Good night to you, sir. Thanks, sir. Marius Robinson, when following a SID and the chart specify at below and above altitude for a specific waypoint, if ATC clears you to a higher flight level, do you still follow the altitude restriction in the chart? It's an excellent question. So usually, 99% of the time, no, you can disregard that restriction. However, depending on where you are in the world, ATC will specifically say something. Now, the UK, they will say climb now, flight level, whatever, and that means you can disregard any restriction below that level. Other places in Europe will say climb unrestricted. Some ATC stations don't say either, they'll just say climb, and you usually have to verify it. Just say, just confirm climb now, or is it unrestricted climb, and they'll just go, yeah, unrestricted. I've never had it where they've said climb to a higher level, and they wanted you then to lower off, or level off, or maintain a restriction. They'd usually advise you of that, but you have to check, because if they wanted you to do that, you're technically responsible for that one as well. Andrea, if it's using ZIBO systems, why shouldn't it use the ZIBO flight model? Good question, Andrea. I think ZIBO either just wants to keep the flight model to his mod, or LevelUp wants to make their custom one. Not so sure. But obviously, if the flight model was in this, it would be perfect. ZIBO is very good. Oliver, thanks for your explanation. The LevelUp was really struggling to maintain the cruise speed of Mach 8.1 US shifting. With that headwind, I ended up having to descend to stop from stalling. Any idea why? Oliver, so headwind, tailwind doesn't make any difference between your ability to maintain speed. The actual air you're flying through is the same, unless the wind speed is changing, which it doesn't typically change that quickly at the cruise level. So it sounds like if you had full power and you were decelerating, you were at or above your maximum cruise level. So if we were to climb up there, you get to an altitude, your max level, where there's insufficient thrust remaining to actually climb. So if you go to the cruise page, you see you have a maximum of 406. Now if I was to fly up to 40,600 feet, the aircraft will fly there. It's safe to do so. But what this means is, at this level, there's only enough thrust left to maintain, with full climb power, I think it's about 100 feet per minute. So we never fly up at this level. Optimum, you know, if I wanted to go up to 400 now, I'd probably wait a little bit longer, but, you know, you want to be sticking around your optimum here. So with the fact that the LevelUp flight model is a little bit too draggy, if you're up at your max cruise level, I'm pretty certain you'll have insufficient thrust to maintain your altitude and cruise speed. So I'm guessing that's what happened. Because the drag model is a little bit off on this variant of the 737. You'll see it on descent. It just cannot maintain an idle path descent as in its current state. Jacob, could you turn your yoga cam back on and give us a wave, then turn it back off? Hey, would you like to see my Alpaca Airways hoodie? A shameless merch plug. There you go, look, I'll wave. Oh, hi. And here's my Alpaca Airways official flight crew hoodie. There you go. I'm not shamelessly merch plugging on into that sort of stuff. I'd only ever do it in jest. I'm genuinely wearing it. Very good. You know what? I love going on Fat Sim, trust me, it's great, but sometimes it's quite nice to have a break. It's very chill. I don't have to listen out to ATC. I like it. It's actually really nice. WOCD, you have the same hoodie, and 24 Move 1 shameless, absolutely. I agree with you there. Oh dear. I've still got my soundboard up. Super Grubby, do you have scenery for Bremen? I have the FSDG scenery. If you ever want to know what you see in the stream, be it scenery, aircraft, I always put it in the video description, guys, every time. So if I'm using someone's scenery, using an add-on or anything like that, I always put it in the video description. And as Domino Mocino is doing, I also link it to Nightbot as well. There you go. Now we're 148 miles to top of descent. Eddie Sledges, you'll be in Bremen. What's your landing, Captain? I cannot wait, by the way, to try out this this Velocity VATSIM update, just to see how other aircraft appear and land. Really cool. So yeah, I think I want to go somewhere tomorrow. There's a lot of traffic, so Zurich will be busy because it's a VATSIM event. And we departed Berlin recently. Where could we depart from? Gatwick, maybe Gatwick, Zurich, but I think I've done that already.
Welcome.
Just trying to think where there's always ATC. Heathrow, maybe? Martin, I couldn't find the actual SOP used with Andy's checklist add-on. Ah, Martin. Yeah, so you need to download this separate SOP checklist. It should be linked to the audio checklist. Yeah, on the Flight Factor. I'll look at getting the Flight Factor 757 installed with the Rolls-Royce sound pack. In fact, I think there's been an update to that one. Might be some good sounds. Liam Boeing, Manchester. You always say Manchester. Frankfurt's always busy, but Frankfurt, Zurich's going to be quite short, isn't it? What about an hour, 30-minute sector? Copenhagen, Zurich, said Wojtek. Copenhagen is often online. I think they're online tonight, isn't it? They always do Vectors Monday on Copenhagen. Very cool. And the hoodie. I'm not going to wear the same hoodie, I'm going to wash it. No, I'll put a stripy hoodie on. Everyone loves my stripy hoodies. Tin food, yeah. Gatwick Challenge of Velocity. Might cause some problems on the network if we do that, Henry. Shetshin. I think Shetshin Zhezhov Domino Mosina is going to get the required amount of traffic. Amsterdam, yeah, but the problem with X-Plane is the scenery is rubbish. There is a scenery by, I think it's Aerosoft, but it's about 35 years old. It's not that great. Orly, that's a good show actually. I want to see lots of traffic, I want to see it all move and whatnot. So yeah, then I want to do another stream Microsoft Flight Simulator with Orbex. I'm very fortunate to have the Orbex access to Orbex scenery, and they recently released, a few months now, the Thessaloniki, I think it's pronounced, in Greece. So I might take the DC6 or the CRJ. I think they're sort of the most detailed add-ons still available in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Brussels, that's a good shout. Brussels to Zurich. I've got the scenery for both of those. Yeah, is anyone making Schiphol actually for X-Plane? It really needs it. Jason Luang, does the control column feel a lot heavier in the real 737 than the Thrustmaster? Yeah, considerably. I mean, when I first actually got the yoke and felt it, I was like, oh yeah, that is light. But what they do, they've installed 4 springs, which actually provides more resistance than I thought it would have had. It's quite nice, but yeah, the real aircraft, I mean, if you're doing steep turns or hand flying all day and it's not in trim, your arms will get tired. It's quite a physical aeroplane, the 7.3. It's yeah, a lot lighter with the yoke. But what I love about the yoke is, and X-Plane in particular, is that the inputs you make are comparable to the real thing. I sound like a broken record, I say that so many times, but it's just the way it is. Excellent. Hello Peter from Fairlawn, Ohio, United States. Excellent. Oh my goodness guys, talk about United States. Anyone here yet seen season 4 of The Ozarks on Netflix? I'm assuming you go 18 to watch that, so my younger viewers. I haven't seen it yet. I'm just re-watching season 1, 2 and 3. Just finished season 2 yesterday and had a bit of spare time. Oh, I just love that series so much. So good. Oh yeah, Fly Tampa, if they brought their Schiphol to X-Men, that would be mega. Full focus on Microsoft Flight Sim. Okay, that's a shame. ADS Lunch Bergen's online tomorrow. I did Bergen 2 weeks ago. Two weeks ago I did the Berlin to Bergen, so the 2 places with ATC. Ozark's a great show, I know. Amazing. Lawrence, just tuning in for the Maldives. I want to send a super chat. There's no need at all, buddy. Just enjoy the show. Thanks for making great content. Thank you very much, Lawrence. And the Maldives, amazing. Are you on holiday? I think you've been here. I recognise that name as well, Lawrence. You've been here before. But lady, watched it with your gran. Oh no. Anyway, I think we best start getting everything set up here. We have 110 miles to go, so I'll hand over control to Jim. Bring up the flight management computer. We're currently over the southern part of the North Sea, approaching Dutch airspace, and then here is Bremen here. So, let's bring up our operational flight plan. Yeah, we've got climb, cruise and descent buttons on here. Our FMCs don't have that anymore, we only have a VNAV button. It's confusing. 250 below 100, steam descent, we'll look at that later. I mean, the descent winds in the moment probably won't make much difference because of the drag model is a bit off, so we'll put them in and maybe VNAV will do something. VNAV, the profile's correct, it's just that the flight model, because that's not accurate, it just can't do an idle path descent. Hold on, I've just done that one, 341 and 36. 342 at 30. EGNH, what is that in Bremen? Let's fetch it using data link. So, requests, weather request, Echo Delta, Delta Whiskey. Send, grab the weather. Many miles, Ozarks is amazing, but not too different from our regular American day-to-day lives. Unbelievable. Skyfine just tuned in. Guess we started in the level up. We have, as voted by you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Oh, just check. You put winds for flight level 200 in the slot for 310. I think that's one. I'm confused. Well, let's just check the weather first. So Bremen 350 at 7. So they prefer 27 there. So we'll leave the wind as it is. 3 degrees 1009. So 1009 will set now. Take that here and I'll put the winds in quickly. Thanks for spotting that, guys. 355 at 156. That's a bit blowy. Then 200, 348 at 93. Tar. Runway 27, fixed rings. 10-4. Excellent. Charts. So let's go to arrival. We'll be flying the RNAV arrival. There are transitions, so it is a Gimba 2 Papa. We don't really fly this arrival because this arrival, the Gimba, sorry, takes you just straight into the Bremen VOR. You're not going to do that. It'll actually be the transition via Gimba, the RNAV transition, which looks something like this. So, typical German airport, RNAV arrival, extended downwind until you get positioned onto final. So the only change I think I need to make is rock boat, because they have it as a hard altitude at 3,000. You want to put that at or above, otherwise the aircraft will level off very early at 3,000 feet. So what usually happens at German airports like this, or similar airports of RNAV, get a lot of these in America now. If it's quiet, you just simply get a direct to the initial approach fix or final approach fix. So Rogbo, if we go to the ILS, Zulu, Rogbo, which is here, is a distance of CLS, India Bravo Romeo Whiskey. Why does it not give you the distance from India Bravo Romeo Whiskey? Not sure. It's about 10 miles from the threshold, so it's likely, in reality, you go from 499 direct to Rockbow. Now, how do I cater for that? If we go here to the plan page, let's get rid of the control column so I don't knock it. I can't. Oh, is it can't actually use a click spot to get rid of it? Oh no, that's because it's there. I'm thinking of a different add-on, I think. Cool. So Valem, Doback Pit. There is Gibma. So from Gibma to Delta Whiskey 402, max 220, which is coded. And look, it takes us all the way to Encroft. We're not going to go out there unless it's incredibly busy. So what I'm going to do is, after Delta Whiskey 402, is put in Delta Whiskey 499. So put that in the scratch pad. And if you want to insert a waypoint after a waypoint, so Delta Whiskey 402. Don't click on it, you press the next waypoint below it, and it'll do that, discontinuity, and then ECROV. So, what we're going to do is put 499, execute, and then we're going to put in ECROV as well. So just by adding that additional waypoint, I can now get a rough idea of what height I need to be. So the plan is to go from Delta Whiskey 499 south to Rogbo. Alright, so if we have a look here, 499, at the moment it wants us at 10,000 feet. Well, we're never going to make it in from 499 to Rogbo if we leave it at 10,000 feet. So if we temporarily create the routing we think we're going to get, which is from Delta Whiskey 4099, sorry, to Rogbo. Look how the height changes. So from 108 to Rogbo, it goes from 108 to 4,000 feet. So look at that, it's a 6,000 feet difference. So what I'm going to do is now press a raise and then put that in as a hard altitude. So 499, I'm going to put 4,100 feet. And that way VNAV will put us in a position to accept that shortcut. If we don't get it, it's just tough. You just have to be sort of level. But you'd have a rough idea by GIBMA 402 where you'll be going by coordinating with ATC. So there we are. That's the arrival plan. So there's holding at GIBMA, ECROV, and all the way to Rogbo, 3,000 feet or above. All looking good here. Check the text. FMS required, RNAV 1 required, etc. Onto the ILS then, ILS 27. We've got the frequencies 110.9, which is on standby from my test sector. There we are. And we can tune the Bremen VOR on standby, which is 2 here. Bravo November Delta's the DME distance. Maybe, I don't know. We'll put the VOR 11745. We also have the Bremen NDB 318, so we can tune that too. There's my ADF, there we are, 3, 1, 2. So that's ADF. Oops, there's my speed brakes aren't. That's my bit of noise on my joystick thing. Don't forget to turn the weather radar on. I did. Whoops, bit of weather around. Weather radar and airport selected, 7045, ADF selected. So if we don't get vectors, we're in via Rogbo. Intercept the ILS at 3,000 feet. At Rogbo, down it goes. It's 3 degrees. The PAPI's, I think, at the same angle. RVR required 550. And if I have to go around, it's climb straight ahead to 2.2, 3 miles of Bravo November Delta, and a left turn to the VOR, climb to 3,000. So there we are. So that's all coded. Runway 27. 2 miles, VOR 3,000 feet, MSA no terrain around, look, it's flat, 2,100, oh, 318, what did I set, 312, didn't I? What did I set 312 for? Thanks, just testing you guys, I got the sound for there we go, 2,100, lovely. On to the airport charts. Runway 27 will need to vacate to the right. Not a long runway here in Bremen, only 2,040 metres. So Charlie's a bit ambitious. Might cook the brakes for that one. Usually it's flat 40 here. Let's have a look at the landing performance. I think that's been transferred from the mod. No, it's all here. So runway 27. Let's get that way there as well.
Welcome.
Oh, where's my weather request one? There it is. So 350 at 7. Temperature is 3 degrees, quite nippy. And EGNH was 1009. Let's have a look at our fuel. So arriving with 3.5 to divert to Hamburg we did 2.2, so at least 25 minutes, and we're going to burn 900 kilos. 59.5 is going to be our landing weights. 59.5. Let's see what the computer says. That reckons we can land. Flat 30 order brake 3. I don't think we're going to make that exit in Bremen. I'm going to go order brake 2, vacate at the end. If you have a look here, Charlie's a bit ambitious. And that is with flap 40 as well, so I will go flap 40. Auto brake 2 is an interesting combination. You can usually do that, but you can go flat 30. And we'll just vacate at Charlie and Alpha onto stand. Just take any stands, there's no ATC in front of a turn. There we go. Testing, yeah, right, test pass, absolutely, John. I never make mistakes, I'm perfect. I'm only ever testing you if I ever make an error. Dear. Let's grab that. There we go. Ollie Blogs Game, are you doing 2 sectors, one with level up, one with ZIBO? That is correct. John Padfield, you just dismantled a wardrobe while I was watching. Very cool. Kai Westling, have a look at the procedure. As far as I'm aware, my home airport does not allow exits on Charlie for larger aircraft. Let's have a look here, Kai. I'll be on the airport chart on the Gen Info. Local flying restrictions. Reverse thrust other than idle should only be used on the extent necessary for safety reasons. Well, unfortunately, I don't have any control over that, so we'll use greater than idle. It's a bit of a pain, could cause brake cooling issues if you're having a quick turnaround, if you're quite heavy. So not on the first page. Taxi procedures, normal aircraft, stand taxi line, office way of aircraft wingspan of up to, but not including 52 metres, that's fine with 36. Southern aircraft, Sierra, Lima, max wingspan 31, so we can't use Lima. Romeo. Taxiway Delta Echo may be used by aircraft max code letter C, so we are C, so we can use Delta according to the airfield briefs. Sorry, Charlie, wasn't it? So we can use Delta. Was it Charlie there as well? Yes, we can use. Where's Charlie? Can't find Charlie. Taxi Delta Echo may be used by aircraft max code letter Charlie. That's just the code letter though. Where is the information about taxiway Charlie? You could be quite right. Taxiway gulf between taxiway Charlie and stand max wingspan is 52 metres, but I think that's the actual taxiway. If in doubt, you just confirm an ATC. But yeah, Charlie would be a very ambitious to stop at anyway. We're talking 1,200, 1,300 metres there. So yeah, we'll go to the end. Looking good. Yeah, we're not flying that one, will we? Sweet. Perfect sector length this one, I like it. Enough time to chill out, chat. 1 hour 20, 1 hour 30. Luke, do you like LevelUp? I do. I actually think it looks great. Textures and everything. Once I got that flight model tweets, I'm sure it will be very, very nice. Top of descent, ladies and gentlemen. We are approaching top of drop, and there's no restrictions on this arrival whatsoever. Nothing to be at or any points. What I'll do, I'll just dial in 80. So 80, and we'll let VNAV initiate descent at the top of descent point. Massive CH, can you fly the 777? I don't think there's a decent one on any of my preferred sims. Microsoft Flight Simulator has Captain Sim 777, but as a developer they don't make aircraft like they used to. It's a bit pants, that one, and fine for kids and whatnot, but not for us. And I think Flight Factor one I've not tried, or something, but Flight Factor, they seem to be making a lot of input on a lot of interest in a lot of aircraft at the moment. I follow them. I'm going to be doing a group flight with them, as if I don't get called off standby on the 26th, which I think we'll be announcing soon. So we'll take one of their aircraft. I'll just match my thrust levers, and you'll see, look, this is the drag model issue, so we're just letting it get stabilised on VNAV first, slightly high, but you can see, look how the speed's just dropping off. It can do this in the real aircraft sometimes, but not often, and you'll see it as we descend here. The wind's not going to help either, but it'll probably add thrust multiple times. Not doing too bad a job at the moment, to be fair. But you can see, look, it's already dropping below off its target speed. When it gets 15 knots below indicated, your arm will go back to FMC speed and automatically add thrust. Oh, so Flight Factor are making a V2 of the 777. Yeah, I've seen they've got quite an interactive system. I mean, I like their 75 a lot, so yeah, when they take that 777. Take it for a spin. Never flown a 777 on a stream or on the channel before. There we are, so there's FMC speed. And you'll see now it's having to add thrust, so yeah, way too much drag, unfortunately. And you'll see the speed will recover, and then when it goes back to its target speed, FMC speed, it will reduce thrust, and when it's at idle, it will revert to idle. Super Grumpy, it's even better to go via the last exit Bremen because otherwise you are conflicting problems with other planes. Taxi to runway 27 because the hotel is not used because of the helicopter pad. Thank you very much for the information. There we are, so back on to its target speeds. We've got retard arm and you'll just see the speeds just beginning to drop off again. And it will do that probably if we don't have anything from ATC. It'll probably do that about 5 or 6 times. Again, the real aircraft can very occasionally do it if there's, you know, a slight issue with the forecast data or the swing's different, but you know, it doesn't happen that often. It's usually very good at holding its target descent speed. The main dev for the flight pounder 777 is a type-rated 777 pilot, so I have a high hope. So that's fantastic news. Duncan, could you say you would be more familiar with 777 or the 787 because of the MAX? I think the 777 is more similar to the 737 than the 787 is. The MAX is just the 737 NG, guys. I mean, just bigger displays. Captain, have you ever flown a GLS approach in real life? I haven't. Actually, Bremen has GLS. It's just, it's a functionality as a pilot is exactly the same. Problem is I don't have the MMR radio tuning panel because it's not compatible with the Logitech radio tuning panel, so I don't have it turned on. Buenas tardes, Antar. Thank you very much for being in. Oh, have I not set... What is it with me not setting courses at the moment? Have I put the wrong course in? 266. I'm so bad at doing courses. I think I forgot it last stream at the moment. Last time as well. Frequencies, courses, minimums. Didn't even set the minimums. I think I got distracted. That was why. I never actually set frequencies, courses. 214 feet. Which is why we have checklists. Which I don't think we'll hear at the moment with my audio problem with the checklist. I'll try it, but I don't think we'll hear anything, guys. Yeah, I can't hear it. I can hear it, but it's very quiet. Yeah, that's a shame. There we are, so back to FMC speed. So this is what I wanted to show you how. Yeah, this is nothing against the Level Up team at all, but just to show you in the ZIBO mod, which has obviously had a lot more time and editing and commitment to its flight model, you know, how it sort of compares. Now, having said that, I'm in an untested version of the mod, so sometimes the mod isn't perfect either. It can be updated and things get broken or don't work quite as expected. Martin, what are you allowed to be doing in the cruise as a pilot? Not much. You can't listen to music, or you know, can't go and stretch your legs or anything, go for a walk. I mean, for us, I'm fortunate I don't fly long haul, so you know, I don't have to keep myself unoccupied for hours on end. But usually, we get on very well with your colleagues, so you end up chatting about everything in life, your personal life, work, whatnot, what's the plans for the future, and then still a lot to do with work, planning and descents and stuff. So yeah, look, there's our speed just bleeding off every time, and 15 knots below, back to FMC speed. There's the thrust coming up. So yeah, it's just a bit of a yo-yo. I mean, it's the actual VNAV path is good. It's just that there's way too much drag on this model. But what's strange, I don't understand this. Level Up have managed to somehow put too much drag on the flight model, but the fuel burn is pretty good. It's quite close. So I think if they've compensated or adjusted the fuel flow somehow to sort of make it close to what it is, because we'll do a fuel check anyway. Here in M-Pit, we're already in the descent. We have had no changes from our planned routing. Let's have a look here. So M-Pit, we should have burned 3 tons of fuel. We've used 2.8. That's pretty much what I'd expect with the routing we've had. So the fuel burn's okay. So I don't know what they've done or changed, because I think they've adjusted the actual fuel flow because there's too much drag, but they've probably reduced the fuel flow to make it more accurate. Decadius, can you pinpoint your hardest landing? Yes. I remember my hardest ever landing in the real aeroplane as a first officer. I have had firm landings as captain, but I remember my hardest during training. It was enough for the captain to sarcastically clap. And I remember he said, "This is the sort of landing where you want to keep the flight deck door closed." It was into Fuerteventura. I just forgot to flare. Well, I did, but I flared far too late, and it just went 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, ground. But the 737 is built like a brick house. I could have landed twice as hard and probably been fine. But generally speaking, quite good at doing the old
exotic butters.
Oh dear. Anyway, approaching Dotop. Still not on the arrival. Gizmo's where it starts. Did you need a spine replacement afterwards? Unbelievable, Todd. Give me those sticks. How do you get those clouds to stay? I have enhanced skyscapes and it always disappears in cruise. They disappear for me as well. Give me those sticks. It's happened a couple of times. At least once during the stream. Alex, I'm scared to ask where that voice came from. I've got loads of them. I've got a really good soundboard. Hey, this one really catches me off every time. Where is it here? It sounds really good. Can't find it now. Where is it? I could really deafen you, but I'm not going to do that. Oh, yeah, it's this one. Listen to this. It's really realistic. Did you anyone here think someone's knocking on the door? When I first did that, I was like, I thought someone was knocking on the door behind me. It scared me a bit. Are there any Julia Roberts soundbites from Taylor? My goodness, no. It's good, isn't it? Did I catch any of you out? Did anyone think they were knocking? When I first did it, I sometimes play accidentally and I'm like, oh my goodness. That actually sounds really good.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Thank you very much, Passenger Escobar, for the £7.45. Hope you're doing well, buddy.
Paging Passenger Escobar. Passenger Escobar, your special meal is ready. Passenger Escobar.
Unbelievable. Thank you very much, Passenger Escobar, for your continued support and the generous donation there. We haven't heard you in a ZIBO mod or anything in the background for quite some time, but I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for your donation as well. Take care, buddy. Adam, thank you very much for the 21 months as a member. He says, hello. Thank you very much, buddy, for popping in. Hope you're doing well. Almost 2 years here. That's very kind of you. Cheers, Passenger Escobar. I hope you're doing well. I haven't spoken to you in a while. And I hope you're still instructing. Is it all your instructors going well in the States? Cat, do you have one that goes, honey, do you like my new shoes? You're a chair, darling. I can dream. Harold? No. Where's Jack and the peanut butter? I'll get him on the return sector as we're approaching our descent here. Oh, I'm not looking where I'm going. I should put the engine anti-ice on here. It's great. I love my soundboard. I can just play sounds whenever I want. Taj guys, sorry, I did see your early comment. I do try and catch up with as many as I can. Hello Captain, what checklist are you using right now? So that is the audio checklist from Patrick. I should get the link up, and that's connected to Nightbot. Could any of the mods post that link for anyone that wants the audio checklist? I think you can post links. It is in the FD2S files channel in the members Discord. Martin, what do you do if you accidentally reset the fuel flow instead of pushing to see if fuel used? You just go, what did I do that for? Nothing happens, just reset the counter. Which is a bit annoying in the cruise. Thanks, Domino Rosine.
Welcome.
Anyway, approaching flight level 100. We'll proceed direct to Gimma. And there's no minimum altitude anywhere on here, so what I'm going to do is we'll just descend to 3,000. If it was really quiet, you'd probably already get that clearance at the moment. So we'll set 3,000 feet, set the QNH, which is 1009, passing 10,800 to 3,000 feet, and the standby altimeter is set. There you go, you can just see it's. So yeah, for guys who tuned in here and wondering, we're in the level up, great, love it. Flight model because it's so draggy. I think this is the 5th or 6th time the speed's bled off. And you can see, look, because we approach the decel point now, the actual target speed is coming back to 250 knots. Ah, ADS Legends, aircraft landing and departing on 09. If there's no ATC, I'll probably just pop off. Let's have a look here. I mean, to be, I think in Bremen, we've got a Bremen expert here, but they stay on 27 up to a bit of a tailwind as well. Yeah, I can just see someone taking off there from now. Right, what I'm going to do, guys, there's no ATC, is just pop off there, because I can see aircraft. I don't want to cause any problems there, because technically, what's the wind doing now? No, they should be on 27. Wind's 3307, so it's a 4-knot headwind for runway 27. I don't know why they're using 09. I might just pop off here. Yeah, oh, look at this. It's really struggling to maintain 250. There's drag models all over. Anyway, let's turn this groovy music off. I am just going to pop off, guys. There's no ATC. You know, I know people are joining me. I'll pop on back on for the return sector, of course. But if there's aircraft departing on 09 there, I'm just going to cause carnage. So, if they coordinated that, that's the case. But it is now favouring 27. Right, let's do the post-cruise checks. Fuel, 4 pumps, lights, engine anti-ice, come off for now. Is set.
50, 40,
back
30,
25.
20, 10.
Cool, there we are. Post-cruise checks complete. Thank you very much, Noah, for the $5, buddy.
Caperoni, how do you set the MFD controls so you only have the 2 buttons on top rather than the 3rd CR button on the bottom?
Caperoni, I think he was trying to say. Cheers, Noah, appreciate the $5. How do you set the MFD controls so you only have 2 buttons on the top rather than the 3rd CR button on the bottom? No, I am completely lost. What are you referring to there, sir, at all? MFD, PFD controls, maybe, so you only have 2 buttons on top. Are you lights? Oh, I'm lost there now. I'm going to try and see what you're referring to there, buddy. I'm really sorry. No idea what that is. Delta Whiskey 402, 220 knots is going to command. Engine ice going back on again. Pedro, how do you have the sound knobs at the right side of the screen? That's called the B2 volume control app. Lars, you could just announce your intentions and the 3 departures would probably switch their departure. Yeah, true. Ah, Pangolin, I got you. So below the order brake, left of the order brake. MFD got you now. How do you set the MFD control so you only have the 2 buttons on there? Yeah, so you have to deselect the option to have the flight controls, I think, or something. But yeah, basically, I have it configured as. Well, there's actually a click spot for there. I don't know. I actually have it configured as close as I can to my operators. So what I've done to actually get rid of it, I don't exactly know. So this is the problem with the drag model. Look at this; it's just not holding the speed. So it's really, it should be bang on the speed for the entire every part of the approach. So yeah, look, you know, FMC, this is a safety feature built in. So basically, with idle thrust, if you left it there, you don't want to stall. So it'll add thrust every time you're 15 knots below target speed. So the speed's just up, down, up, down. But got you, yeah, the MFD. But yeah, I was a bit sure. I was like, whoa, what do you mean by the CR? But I was like, never heard of that reference. Anyway, chances on. Let's do the approach checks. So ILS is 110.9, 110.9, and courses are set. Idents, we don't have the idents yet, and standby instruments are set. Courses are 266, 266, and that's the approach check list done. Elliot, foremost member, thank you very much. Good evening. Currently departing a rainy Toulouse on American Airlines A321 delivery flight. Very cool, Elliot. That's very, very exciting. I hope you have a safe flight on your in your simulated delivery sector. Thank you very much for popping in here. So yeah, look, you see, look, speed up, down, up, down. So what I'm actually going to do, because VNav with this drag model, it's not the best. I'm actually going to revert to vertical speed. Vulcan device loss error. Oh no! I have autosave. I have autosave. Oh, damn you! Explode 11. I haven't had a crash in ages. Oh no 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 no! Why is it not letting me do anything here? It's completely crashed. At least I used my soundboard, which is so quick. Right, I have autosave, guys. Unbelievable. It's actually proper. Oh, that's my iPad falling off my yoke. Right. I might have to control alt delete this bad boy. Right, why explain? I force closed it. There we go. Oh my goodness me, I've got all sorts. What's happened to my Streamlabs? Oh, I should turn on my fundraiser playlist there. Right, so yeah, Explain's completely crashed. It's like completely frozen for you guys. But I'm here in the background. Trying to get out the travel chest. The X system message is stuck up here. There we are. Now it's gone. Right, hopefully, autosave will work. I have it saved to 15 minutes. I remember turning it on today. Organizer. Right, let's start. Well, I haven't had a Vulcan crash in a very long time, but it happens. Nicholas, reboot your PC after a Vulcan crash. Oh, really? I've never done that before. I always just cracked on. It's usually been okay. Time for a PC upgrade, Captain. Unbelievable. Right, let's try. If we load up in Bremen, on runway 27, confirm. Make sure engines are running. Time. We're 4 hours behind live time, weren't we? So that would be 11, 12. Let's go 13:45. By the time it's loaded up, it'll be about 13:50. Okay, engines running. Start flight. Fingers crossed. I might reboot the PC for the return sector because I can easily do it. Just basically open up Streamlabs straight away. It just pauses the stream. If it doesn't let me open Explain, I'll just reboot it. I've had it before and I've just rebooted Explain, it's been fine. Just get rid of Fly Live here as well. I wonder what caused it. Well, oh, it was Vulcan, wasn't it? To be fair. Fingers crossed for the autosave. I've never actually tried it in the level up. Right, so here we are on the ground in Bremen. Now hopefully load autosave to a VASA at 14,000 feet. That looks good. I think it was 15 minutes before, so let's press yes. Just give it a few seconds to work out what's going on. Whoa! I think we're back in business, guys. Let me just check everything here. So, level change. change. Let's go back to VNAV. I think we're back in business, guys. LNAV, level change VNAV, VNAV's fine arm, speed, pilots in, VNAV, LNAV arm, command. Just before the post-cruise checks. Amazing. Master caution. I say amazing. Air conditioning, I know that'll be off schedule descent. Just set that to 100. Excellent, thanks for the autosave. Yeah, I know. Mega. So what I might actually do is change the autosave frequency because it's at 15 minutes at the moment, which is quite a long time. Just turn the sounds down here, guys. Let's sort of reset. Where is it? General config, no. Realism. Autosave. Let's do 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Quick save all configs. There we go. Cool. There we go. That was pretty good. I mean, it stuck us back in there now hold, but actually it's put us pretty much exactly where we would have been. So yeah, we just lost 10 minutes basically. Well, 15 minutes. I'm going to reload it. Cool. So if you just joined the stream, welcome. Welcome. We did unfortunately suffer from a sim crash, but we are exactly where we were 20 minutes ago, which is pretty cool. 3, 2, 1. Nice to show. Nice to know that autosave works. Guess the Vulcan error was on purpose because you wanted to demonstrate the feature. Unbelievable. But that's straight from the. A lot of aircraft do this. The toeless one is really good. So I remember doing tests in that one. But ZIBO spent a lot of time in the mod to get the autosave function to work and pretty much limit the amount of things you have to change. Pretty much nothing. It was just the autopilot mode was slightly different, but we just simply re-engaged VNAV. That was it. Right, let's repeat the post-cruise checks again. Lights, fuel, angular bank, 25, pressurization is reset to 100 and set. Seatbelts on, motion and camera secure, recall. There we are, checks complete. So we'll go down to 3,000 feet. EGNH is 1009. That's 9,800, 3,000 feet. Standby altimeter set. Oh, Jordan, you're doing the old where we were. I can help you with that one. Hold on. I have it. Here we go.
Wow, it's very nice.
It's very nice. Love the old autosave. Not such a fan of the drag model of this airplane. Oh dear. Everything in the FMC okay? Looks it. Give them a 402, 4,100, hard altitude, flat 40. It's all good. I remember some things didn't save, like takeoff date or frequencies. Seems okay. 109, courses, FMS. Just don't need it to crash again. I mean, it was a Vulcan crash, so if it was scenery or something like that, it usually would just go to the explain crash logo, but it did. But you couldn't see it, but it came up with a pop-up saying it was a Vulcan crash. Beautiful. Rest in peace. Oh, the elapsed time. We lost the elapsed timer. Oh dear. Todd, what is this channel now? A streaming channel or a comedy show? It's always been a streaming channel for entertainment purposes only. Oh yeah, minimums have been reset. Well spotted. Oh, and all the plates obviously and everything. Great. Oops, approach. So the minimums are 214. So past the decel point, the aircraft's decelerating to 220 knots. Target speed, and you can see how it's decelerating with it. Again, that's more down to the drag. That the author I downloaded. Loud. There is Germany down below. I don't have Fly Live on either, but that's fine. So there we go, look, it should have stopped at 220 knots. VNAV will then increase it to 7, but look, it just can't maintain the speed at all. Just now back to FMC speed. So what would typically happen at an airport like this, where if it's quiet, they would say, okay, Alpaca 1 Bravo Romeo, after Delta Whiskey 499, proceed to Rogbo, cleared ILS Zulu 27. So imagine we've got that clearance. And what I'll do is go 499 to Rogbo. We can then get rid of that 4,100 we put. Execute. And we can leave it in now. It should go to VNAV speed. Now we've got newer FMSs. There's been a software update where it goes to VNAV speed if you're high on profile, and then it reverts to path when you're back on profile. It looks like it's stuck in path now. That's helping with our speed at least. But looking good. Well, as there's no ATC, I'm actually going to do a landing flow now, so start switches, speed brake alarm, and the rest is all set, and we're happy with the track models broken, so you know, I'm going to hand fly this, have a bit of fun, and sort of describe how it's feeling and stuff. So what I'm going to do, because we're in arm look, I can actually manually add thrust to basically maintain 220 knots, but I'll now switch over to the webcam and do some hand flying. So let's disconnect the auto throttle and disconnect the autopilots. Approaching Delta Whiskey 499 point, so I'm now going to select flaps 1 and match the speed. Oh, I still have VNAV engaged, that's fine actually. So, one of the things you'll notice, the ZIBO mod suffers from this as well. See how quickly the flight directors are moving, like up, down, very quick. ZIBO has actually patched the version I'm testing shortly on the next sector, so the flight directors move a lot smoother when hand flying. So you see how the flight director pitch is moving quite quickly? Look at that, it's moving up very quickly there, then down again, up, down, up, down. In reality, it's very, very smooth, because it keeps passenger comfort into account. So there's flap 5. Maintain 180 knots on base leg here. Again, I'm having to add a lot more thrust than I expect I'd have to. So yeah, 50% you'd expect to maintain 180 knots at level flight. I'm having to use 50% to maintain 180 knots during a descent. So yeah, it's just very draggy. Localizer should be coming alive any second. Glide slopes are already alive, so VNAV should put us on nicely. There's the turn. I was actually going to wind down the altitude, but that's fine. We should just get lock glide slope capture alarm approach now. There we go. Not very happy with the view there. Bring the speed back to the flat 5 speed. It should, there's a bug there. It's gone straight below 3,000. It shouldn't do that. It should go out hold. It did, but a bit too low. Anyway, I'll localize the glide slope capture. And I think the missed approach was 3,000 feet, so leave that set. So, in reality now, I'd go idle thrust to maintain flat 5, but I fear I will have to add some thrust shortly to maintain the flat 5 speed. A little bit turbulent, actually.
2,500.
Let's check. So engine anti-ice is on, we're in IMC, yeah, here comes the flat 5 speed. So in reality, on a glide slope with flat 5, your speed should hold the flat 5 speed of idle thrust quite nicely, but because there's too much drag, I'm having to add quite a lot of thrust here to maintain the flat 5 speed. Again, sorry chat, I cannot interact with you at this present time. ADS stages, I'm not on VATSIM at the moment. Remember, I disconnected prior to that crash we had, but I'm off now. IMC will configure now, so that will be gear down, flap 15, matching speed, landing checklist. The start switches are continuous. Recall check, speed brakes are
Gear down,
lights.
3 greens.
Landing is down, 3 green. Order brake is set. Now select flap 25 and below 162, flap 40. Oh, it's a 1 speed up. That's actually quite nice. I'm going to trim those down as expected, but the controls are very delayed. So flap 40 in reality at this gross weight, I need about 60% N1 to hold the flap 40 VREF speeds. Just be here. So flaps 40 green light. Imagine we've got a clearance to land. Checks complete. There we are. So actually, it's not too bad. Flap 40. A little bit fast. A little bit right of centre line. There we go. So it looks like about 65% to maintain the flat 40 speeds. So not too bad. Take the flight directors off now. Turn it back on. Armed in case we have to go around, and then it'll give us flight director guidance as we level off. Yeah, not too bad. The thrusters are too far off. Maybe about 6% too high of our gross weight. Was it about 59.5 tons? We'd use about 62%. It's about 65 here to maintain, so it's actually not that bad. Right, a little bit high. Too busy not concentrating on the runway, looking outside. So 1,000 feet per minute, no more than that to get back on the glide slope.
500.
Checked. Alright, 2 reds, 2 whites. So remember, I don't have the option to go idle reverse. So yeah, the controls, it's not bad, but look, if I do this, look, it's just very slow. And I'm reactive. In reality, it'd be rolling much quicker. Continue.
200 minimum.
But making little inputs like this, it's not too bad. So it's a bit better than the Fly Jason, actually. But it's fair, it feels like I'm flying a massive aeroplane.
50, 40, 30, 20,
yeah.
10.
It's the flare's hard. It's impossible at the moment. You flare and nothing happens. Right, speed brakes up, reverses. In reality, I would have probably struck the tail if I flared as hard as that. 100 knots, 80
knots.
Manual braking. There's 60. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bremen. So yeah, we'll look at the replay. I flared and nothing happened. I flared and I was like, what? Then I pitched up more, and it was just like, oh, if I did that in real life, we'd be up at 20 degrees nose up. Yeah, very, very, very delayed and sluggish at the moment, but you know, it works. You could use it. Overall, not bad, not bad. Right, because of the drag model on the ground as well, I'm having to now add thrust, otherwise we'll stop before we get to the end of the runway. But yeah, you guys saw it. You saw the flare. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Whereas we'll jump in the mod on the way back, and you'll see it's a lot more responsive, as it should be. But yeah. That landing was actually, in real life, not too bad. For a short runway like this, it's probably what you want to do, but I was actually, I go for a butter every time to keep you guys happy. Excellent. There's 09. There's a beautiful scenery from FSDG here. Oh dear. Not quite a butter. I can't use any of my butter soundboards. Oh, damn it. There we are, vacated. Put our taxi replay music on. Beautiful, and then I'll start cleaning up. We are going to switch to the ZIBO mod, so we'll get the aircraft shut down now. Yeah, I know what we were going to discuss. So we're going to imagine we've got a failure with the APU. So let's, this has happened to me before in real life, probably 2 or 3 times. So we're taxiing in, we do the cleanup as usual. Go down here. Out off, trim would reset. The MCP 3100. So using your imagination, we'll imagine we've started the APU. I'm not going to, because obviously we know it will work in the sim. But during the start, we get this light illuminate. Fault. We get the fault light. let me just where I'm going here. And when the fault light illuminates, it means, yeah, it's pretty obvious, a fault with the APU, and it will shut down automatically. So what we need to do is like, oh no, okay, we need to communicate with the ground crew. So 99.999% of the time, we'll have ground power. Very occasionally it's not available, let's say if it's on a remote stand, and you need to coordinate that with the ground crew and ATC if you have to change stand. But we usually have it, so what we do pulling onto stand, the first officer or I would be trying to communicate with them, and we'd be giving them, oh no, I've got a webcam, haven't I? We'd be, you know, right next to the window, we'd be doing, let me show you, we'd be doing this, which is the sign for ground power, and they'd know straight away, right, you know, they can't shut the engine off until they have, or the other engine until they have ground power connected. So they do that, we shut down engine number 2, that way they can approach the receptacle to put the ground power in. As soon as we have AC power connected, we can then turn the engine off. You know, if there's no AC power, we'd have to actually shut the engine down, and then as soon as that would happen, we'd lose all AC power, so it's not ideal. So yeah, that's something to bear in mind. But yeah, we'll imagine that we've got no APU. We're going to do the return sector with the APU and operative, so we'll do a cross-bleed start, engine start and stand. I'll get the supplementary procedures out and do that. Someone said stand 4 is 3. Let's do that then. Oh, that was stand 5. Where is stand 4? Stand 5, stand 4. Oh, it is 4. It might have been 3. There's stand 4. Yeah, this scenery is really nice by FSDG. I do like the scenery at Casablanca as well. So lights are off. Ah, there's our marshaller. So yeah, we'll be communicating with him, saying, yeah, we need ground power, and you know, the other team members will be rushing to it. And obviously, if it happened in the cruise, we'd tell them, we'd call ahead the handling agency and say, look, we've got no ground power here. I'm holding the brakes. It did this earlier. Why is it not braking? Fucking brake is set. Probably a little bit too far, but 2 blues, and we'll be now waiting for the ground power to be connected. So we'll GPU connect. There we are. And obviously, oh yeah, we would have shut down engine number 2, and then we can now shut the engines off. There we are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Bremen. We'll do the transit shutdown flow, so we'll open that, and anti-collision light off. That's going to bring the air bridge over, and that's it, pretty much. We've got a voice recorder switch on this one. No, we don't. There we go. Excellent. So yeah, I missed it. I'm on the A321. I'm trying to be an Airbus, an Airbus pilot here, parking on that other stand. Oh dear, don't want to do that. Brilliant. There we are. Perfect. And then we'd run the checklist, but there's a slight audio issue with that one today, and I'm running a little bit behind schedule, so I will jump into the ZIBO mod shortly. What type of 737 do you fly? The NG Cody, the 800. This very aircraft we are flying here. Domino Mosina, want me to post a link to Alpaca Airways better pushback livery? Go ahead, Domino Mosina. Yeah, if any mods are ever here and anyone asks for a link for a livery or anything, just post it. Feel free. I'll make a post about that later on. Go for it, guys. Memo for flight sim Alpaca pushback token announced it will be the Fly Factor 757 tomorrow. I think we're taking that one, Paul. Yeah, it was a bit unresponsive, as you saw. Remove glass reflection, say look terrible in the level up. Yeah, I need to look at that setting actually. Might have done that for my test sector. Yeah, lots of no butter emojis as expected, a bit firm, but that's more limitation with the flight model here. So yeah, do you like a level up? No, mate, if you want a bit more detailed feedback about that, if you check out my first level up, Threshold LevelUp stream, which is the only other stream I've done in it, I pinned a comment there and a bit of a brief summary of the things about the aircraft, you know, flight model, drag model, and taxiing in syrup. But actually, the textures, the sounds, I do prefer over the ZIBO mod. I think it looks really, really nice in comparison. So the ZIBO mod's not bad, but the level up's a little bit better texture-wise. So if they could combine the two, oh, I mean, mega. Awesome stuff. So, Patrick, did you revert the changes to the Lua file we did prior to the stream? I didn't revert them, so it's still saved with the 2 dashes you instructed me to use. I'll try it again with the ZIBO mod, see if it has any changes, but I don't know if I'll have the time during the stream to change it, but hopefully we'll get to the bottom of it. Anyway, let's have a look at the replay, and then we'll come back on this very stand in the Alpaca Airways ZIBO mod. So there we are, we've turned that all down here. Oh, my Streamlabs overlay has gone upside down for some reason, but I think I've found it. The funky replay music, there we go. Let's turn that down, that is absurdly loud. Right, I hope we don't have the GPU connected during the replay. Let's just double check. The door's open though, but Oh, now... Oh, don't tell me it's crashed again. I might have crashed again here, guys. No! It's... Oh! Are we back in business? No, it's crashed! Great. Unbelievable. 2 crashes. We should go for the 3rd on the way back. That's a real shame because I really wanted to show you kind of like the inputs on the flight controls during the replay. Unbelievable. I'm actually going to grab the notepad thing there. I might take this opportunity to reboot the PC because there's clearly something a bit of fish this evening. I'm just going to grab the log so I can actually look at that later. I'm pretty sure, well, I know the first one was due to Vulcan. That one's given me no information, so I've just posted that here. And I will now, I'll probably take the time during the break here to reboot the PC, and then I'll just re-engage Streamlabs and go from there. So, guys, sorry about that. I'll be back in about, give me 10 minutes, because I'm going to do a full reboot to the PC, reload X-Plane 11, and then get everything set up for the next sector, and we'll go in the ZIBO mod, so we can do a return safety and compare the two there. So sorry about the technical problems here, and I'll be back with you in about 10 minutes. As I said, I'm going to do a full reboot. Please excuse me, and I'll see you all at about 20 past the hour. Cheers, guys.
Rage quit.
Hello. Hope you guys can hear me okay. Finally got everything, I think, set up ready for the return sector. Obviously, it took a little bit longer than usual to do that because I had to do a complete PC reboot, seeing we had 2 crashes on the way in, and then all I had to do was load in the ZIBO mod. I've turned off the experimental flight model for the mod, and we should be all okay. So the aircraft is also then reconfigured to be in pretty much the same state as it was as we left it in the level up, so it's sort of simulating as close as possible a turnaround. But here we are. Actually, just before I do anything, I completely forgot to set up. I need to get the supplementary procedure out, because remember, we're simulating a inoperative APU now, so I'm just going to grab the supplementary procedure for that. So that's in my FCOM, there we are, supplementary procedures, and we want no engine bleed, no, we want, where are you, 8 point something. Ah, this is why you want to do this sort of stuff prior to starting the stream again. Oh, my work iPad is just crashed the document folder as well. But thank you very much for whoever that is. Just try and find this supplementary procedure again. So I think it's under 7. There we are. Engine crossbleed start. Starting with ground air source. Excellent. So I've got the checklist I need later on to simulate the inoperative APU. Gareth Hadley, thank you very much. Welcome aboard as a member. Glad you enjoy content. Joining content, you get invited to our members only Discord. Hope you enjoy using the custom emoji chat. Thank you very much indeed. Ben, was it level up crashes or Vulcan? Nothing. I don't think there's anything to do with level up. Interesting landing, yeah, interesting landing indeed. But my excuse for that is perhaps the flight model on this aircraft. But there we are. I think we're all good and ready to go. Excellent. I've got my webcam for those of you who have just joined as well. I've taken my Alpaca Airways hoodie off because the temperature in the office is extremely high. You can see a little bit of my beer belly. let's put that away. It's nothing anyone wants to see. And we'll get the show on the road for the return sector to Blackpool. So ATC wise, we might actually have some. There's a lot of centres online. Let me just check again the VATSIM map. Might actually be. No, there's no ATC at all. There's a lot of you that joined in for the return sector, which is epic. Let me just get all the lighting sorted. Like, we don't need GPU. We know about the APU being inoperative. Leave that off because we need to order some fuel. So let's just turn up all the lighting. That's because I switched airplanes, guys. Obviously, usually I don't shut the sim down. Just do the return sector in the same aircraft, so everything is all set up as it should be. Yeah, well, guys, what was with all the crabs? I looked at chat during this whole rebooting debacle, and I was just seeing lots of crabs in there. I don't know what the link is or the reference. Anyway, let's have a look at our operational flight plan for the return sector. So, where are you? Avitab, airport. Oh, it's at the charts. Sector number 2. So, pretty much the same amount of fuel as we took down. So, 5, 6. You know what? Let's take standard fuel. Because, oh no, actually, what is the weather in Blackpool? Could be a bit windy later. No, let's take 30 minutes, as a lot of you joining as well. So that would be 6, let's go 6, 8 on the fuel, which is extra 30 minutes. So 6, 8, I'm going to reset in a second. So fuel 6, 8. Same amount of passengers, just to keep it simple. That will be 148 passengers. So payload, 148, going to Blackpool Beach for the week. There we are. So passengers loaded. We'll call for the fuel truck as well and start the flight leg.
Ground flight deck hose is connected and starting refueling.
There we are. I think the door's closed because I had it set up in a transit setup state. There we are. So no ATIS or anything. We'll get the latest METAR from my phone. So 340 at 10. So it will definitely be runway 27 for departure now. 10k, few clouds, 3 degrees. QNH is 1012 now. So increase the pressure, slight increase in pressure, so 1012. MFRA is 1060 will set. 1060, and we'll go straight into loading the flight management computer. So, here we are. We are in Bremen, Echo Delta Delta Whiskey. And we're flying to Blackpool, Echo Golf November Hotel. call sign is Alpaca 2 Papa Romeo for the return sector. And we're departing off runway 27. It will be the Elder 9 Whiskey. And from there it is direct to Mimva. From there Lima 602 Nalax. And Lima 46 to Lipso. And from Lipso it is Upper Lima 975 to Goles. Pretty much the same way we came, and from Goles it's Yankee 70 to Pole, and there is no star into Blackpool, so what I'm going to do is put in Papa Oscar Lima, departure arrivals, ILS 28, and it's not via any of the VORs, it's just via, we're just going to go direct to the centre fix, and then we can tune that, tidy that later as ATC. Activate executed, 0 fuel weight, 56 tonnes, reserves for our alternate, which I think was Liverpool. Yeah, Liverpool, some of these two, 989878, so 1.9. Cost index 30, 36,000 feet on the way back. That's executed. Top of climb wind is 353 at 155. Top of climb ISO -3. Quite short runway here. Full 24k for departure. 91.9. Takeoff flat 5. CG will set. That's a little bit more realistic trim setting. 6 units. I think we had 4.75 on the level up, but the rotation felt fine, felt in trim when we rotated. Anyway, trim 6 units set, and oh, we're still actually uplifting the fuel, so I should probably wait a little longer. You can see already the V speeds have increased slightly. I should be able to line select key straight across, but I can't, so I'll just do 134, 135, and we'll set 144 here. So yeah, you don't do any performance until fueling's all, your weight's all complete.
Is all loaded up and you are good to go.
There we are. So the V-speed is set based off that gross weight, 144 not set. So it should be in a transit state. All looking good. We know about the APU not working. Just have the cargo doors open for now. We'll close those. 360 for the cruise level and 0 feet. We'll close the doors before I forget. That was weird. The door light was already... Have I just opened them? Well done. Oh dear. Closed. Look at that. Boof. Perfect. So what is the verdict? We'll have a look, Pack when we landed. I think we know what the verdict's going to be, but which one we prefer. But that's, to be fair, an aircraft that's been in development for 4 years. Level Up is only, what, 2 months old? What else do I need to do? Performance I've done. We have no APU. I'll order better pushback. Just need to brief the taxi.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Toes driving up.
Thank you. Or Donker. Yeah, we just need to brief everything, don't we? So we're on stand 4, which is the stand we also parked on when we came here. There we are. Pushback to face southeast. We're going to go November, Hotel or Charlie onto Foxtrot. And then we're going all the way full length Foxtrot for runway 27. That's our departure. And our SID, initial climb clearance is 4,000 feet, so quite a low stop altitude. We'll imagine we have our clearance, so 4,000 feet is set. We'll put 1745 Bremen active, which is on standby, I think, from our previous sector. We'll turn on power lighting as well. And it's the RNAV overlay, so Delta Whiskey 272, right turn Delta Whiskey 282, Delta Whiskey 287, dot op.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect, set, parking brake.
And Elder 12.4, so it's all coded, all looking good. So that's it, everything's good. I will try the checklist again. And we'll do the transit before starts to align.
Before start.
Yeah, it's still really quiet.
IRS mode selectors.
No.
Gear pins. Light test.
Oh, I forgot to do a light test. But that's fine, that's because I've reloaded the sim.
Oxygen.
tested 100%. Where's the click spot for it? I can't remember.
Tested.
There we are.
Your damper.
So guys, I know the checklist is very quiet. It's an issue I'm having in my sim at the moment. I haven't worked out how to rectify it. It will check the aircraft's configured.
Cabin util IFE galley power.
On.
Emergency exit lights.
Arm.
Fasten belts.
This.
Oops.
On.
Window heat.
On.
Air conditioning.
Should be off.
X auto. Bleeds on.
Pressurization.
That's set.
Set.
Pressurization mode selector.
Auto.
Instruments.
Cross checked.
Auto brake.
Again.
Oops, forgot the order brake, but that's why we have checklists.
RTO.
Hydraulics.
Normal.
Speed brake.
Down. D10.
Parking brake.
Set.
Stab trim cutout switches.
Normal.
Excellent.
Rear well fire warning.
Damn.
Oops, well imagine that's checked again. That's normal because I've just loaded the sim
Radio,
again.
radar.
We would have only done that in the first sector.
Set and stand by.
Rudder and aileron trim.
3 and 0.
Takeoff briefing.
Discussed.
PA.
Use your imagination, it's complete.
FMC CDU.
That's set.
N1 and IAS looks.
N1 and IIS auto. V-speed set.
Stab trim.
Set.
Performance, weight and balance.
That's done.
EFB.
Airplane mode and
That's
stop.
done.
Phones.
Off.
Flight deck windows and cockpit door.
Oh, again.
That's because number one forgot to close the door.
Closed.
Doors.
Closed.
Passengers.
Seated.
Before start checklist completed to the line.
Excellent, so that's all done. So, if we have no APU, we need to coordinate with the ground crew and with ATC because we have to start an engine on stand before we go anywhere. So I'm going to grab the supplementary procedure for this. APU and operative, you know, my airline are very good at keeping their fleet fully serviceable. I mean, I don't think I've had an APU and operative in the last year or so, but yeah, in the last 10 years probably a dozen times maybe. So it's quite a common supplementary procedure. So the first thing we need to do is verify the APU bleed is off, and you just simply start engine number 1 first once you've got the air ground starter unit connected. So what we need to do here is go to start the engine. We need 2 things: electricity and a source of air. Because we don't have the APU bleed, we need another source, so we use an air starter unit. Now this thing is incredibly loud and noisy as well, so we'll connect that. There you go, so that is an air starter unit. It's connected to the duct valve there, and that provides duct pressure. See now how the duct pressure has increased? We now have a source of bleed air to get the engine started. So as there's no ATC, we would request engine start on stand. So yeah, Alpaca 2 Papa Romeo on stand for requesting engine start on stand, and they say yeah, engine start approved, cool, ready for taxi. So we need to get the air bridge disconnected. We do the normal before taxi flow, so packs off, anti-collision light on, parking brake verify set, transponders out off, and obviously the ground power is still connected. Just make sure that door... Hold on, is it just opened the door again? Look, I spotted that. Forward entry, and how did I spot that? Because I saw the shadow. The shadow move. Cheeky. Pascal, don't you want to call centre first to clearance? Is centre online, Pascal? I looked on the VATSIM map, but I saw there was a centre, but it wasn't covering Bremen. It was the centre was much further south. Dortmund centre. Yeah, I don't think I've got any ATC here, buddy. Anyway, we've got sufficient duct pressure, so all we need to do is start engine number 1 using normal procedures. So, starting engine number 1, move that to ground. There we are, there's N2. No departure, it's on Unicom. Yeah, I believe so. Oil pressure. And there is N1, 25%. There we are, EGT. I can already tell I'm in the mod. There's that slight delay when the fuel came in with the EGT, that's nice. Let's make sure my thrust levers are properly closed. Yeah. Yeah, I'll start it out, monitoring engine number 1. 2, 4, 6, 3, fuel flow is where we want it. That's it, number 1 stable. So, we can't start the pushback just yet. We have a few more things we need to do. So we need to actually do the cross-bleed start, so we have to advise ATC that we want pushback. They then request a pushback. Firstly, though, we've got to get everything disconnected. So firstly, put the left generator on. That way we now have a source of AC power. Obviously, we can't put the right generator on because engine number 2 is not starting. Now we have a source of AC power from the aircraft. We can disconnect both the air starter unit, here it's spooling down, and the GPU. And we have just the left IDG providing power via the AC transfer bus to the entire aircraft, so we have a source of power. So we're all good. Master caution ELEC, that's fine, associated with that. And we actually complete the cross-bleed start was pushback is complete. So the reason is because we need to add thrust to increase duct pressure on the other engine, so we can't actually start the engine. So we'll tell Unicom that we're pushing back. There we are. Oh, that's parking brake released. You fool. Bremen traffic, Alpaca 2 Papa Romeo is pushing back, stand 4.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Well, we'll wait until he's taxied off first, but we'll just do that. And then this. As soon as he's
Bremen traffic, Lufthansa 5 Lima Yankee.
We'll go.
Taxi to gate 2 via Charlie and November. How connected and bypass been inserted. Release parking brake.
So, we literally sat here with one engine running on standard. It's exactly how you have to do it in real life. And then we'll wait for the A350, I think that is, to taxi off.
Bremen traffic.
As long as his paint doesn't
Alpaca
fall off.
125, takeoff runway 27, yield 9 whiskey departure, Bremen.
Why is engine 1 started first in this case? That's because the GPU and the air starter unit are in front of engine number 2. And all the ground crew.
Alpaca 5 off limits, taxiing the runway 27 via Charlie Hotel. Foxtrot.
Hopefully that's the 350. That's another aircraft we need to fly. There he goes. So he started his taxi. And that'll look really cool with velocity, I think. Excellent, we'll release our parking brake.
Bremen traffic, Alpaca 125, clear of all runways and proceeding on course. Starting pushback, and you may start the engines.
Already got one started.
Bremen traffic, Lufthansa 5 Lima Yankee on block.
Yes, us. Or is it 7.6, guys? Yeah, my bad. So we can't do anything, can't start engine number 2 until the pushback's complete. Jim, that's a 767, my bad. It's like virtual first officer would say the same thing. Simone, can you lower the pushback tug volume by lowering the radio setting with B2 volume control? It's very loud. I know, Simone, it can't control it with that. It's a separate audio, an external audio, and whether there's a way of controlling the volume externally, I don't know. It'd be quite good to look at, but it's always the same, very shouty. Which OFP format are you using on SimBrief? Large European Airlines, Martin Keels. Pan, avoiding that aircraft in China event. Yeah, I don't want to be doing that. Passenger Escobar, if you were at a base with an inoperative APU, would first call maintenance or troubleshoot, or would you just go right to the cross-speed start procedure? Anytime we have any technical issue whatsoever, Passenger Escobar, we have to put it in a tech log, and one of two things has to be done prior to that. It needs to either be fixed by an engineer or transferred to another document to be fixed at a later date. And if there's no cover, we can do that over the phone if instructed by our maintenance control team. They'll tell you exactly what to put in the tech log and what to do. I think with an APU inoperative though, it needs an engineer to do some certain things there. If there's no cover, they can usually call an external company to do it though. It's not usually an issue. But without checking the MEL directly, I think it does require maintenance action.
Operation complete. Please set parking brake.
So once the parking brake is set,
disconnecting tow, stand by.
we can complete the engine cross-bleed start procedure. So once pushback is complete, verify engine bleed switches are on, AP bleed switches off, pack switches are off, isolation valve switch needs to be in the auto position, and we then advance thrust on engine number 1 until we have at least 30 psi. So we've only got 20, insufficient duct pressure to start the engine. So I'm going to start adding thrust now on engine number 1. So you'll see me starting to do that here. And you'll see the duct pressure beginning to increase. I only need to get 30 psi, no more, because we don't want to put too much thrust on. There we are. So we've got sufficient thrust. We go back here. It's, you'll see that the M1's about 34. It's a little bit higher than it would be. And then just start engine number 2. And you'll see when we start it, look, that duct pressure's dropped off. That's completely normal. You don't need to increase it back up to 30 psi.
We're rolling, runway 27.
We're rolling, love it.
Tower is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. I'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
Oil pressure and 1. 25. And you keep that thrust on engine number 1 until engine stabilised, then you close both of them. No, only the left thrust, engine number 1, Yaroslav. Anyway, I'll start a cut out so I can go back to idle on engine number 1. And there we are, 1-2 stable. And the aircraft's now all ready for the before taxi flow. So we've seen the pin, and we can now continue. So generators, no APU. Start switches, continuous probe heat. Anti-ice off, auto, off flaps. 2-5, and here comes the flight control check. The flight controls, full back, full forward, and left, and right. Here comes the rudders, full left, and full right. And we can now do a recall. Blank the low ADU, and we'll then read the before taxi checklist, which is here. Very quiet, guys. Sorry about that.
Off. Off. Start switch. Continuous.
If I turn this down, it turns that down as well, unfortunately.
Off. Air conditioning. Takes auto. Bleeds up. Isolation valve. Auto. Flaps. Flips 5 required and selected. Move back. Stab trim. Set. Start levers. Idle detect. Flight control. Check. Recall. Check. Full taxi checklist complete.
Excellent. So full taxi checklist complete, and we can just taxi. We'll advise them on Unicom, and we'll just double check the routing. So we're going to taxi November Hotel Foxtrot. That's fine. And Bremen traffic out back at 2 Papa Road taxi runway 27 via November Hotel Foxtrot. There we are. So parking brakes released. Config. No takeoff config warning, and we're on our way. So this, just to show you kind of like how the aircraft should be accelerating, 35%. This is how the aircraft should be accelerating with, well, that's a little bit too much thrust there, 35%. That's very close to the real aircraft. Remember in the level up, it's just a little bit slow, very draggy. It's like we're taxiing through syrup. So that's exactly how it would be going there. And again, this is not a level up sort of criticism. It's just comparing the two. Like I said, I like the level up, and this is more hopefully this is how it should be working. We can go to idle now, look at 20%, and the aircraft will just roll with its inertia. 13 knots, and it will hold that quite nicely. 12 knots, it will obviously start slowing down, but level up, we'd be having to add thrust in. Oh, there's alpacas everywhere, brilliant. That's without velocity, and it still looked pretty good. To down to 10 knots, just a little bit of thrust in. All these pretty flowers here in the grass in Bremen, superb. All clear right. I keep forgetting to put the taxi lights on during the stream. I think it's 3 in a row I've done. I haven't got my soundboard up, so I can't do the whoops.
Heavy traffic, I'll bump into Alpha Mike landing at 27.
Try to stay on the taxi line. So we should have a lovely sunset approach into Blackpool. I think the last time we were in Bremen was in the Beluga. Beluga flies here. Your right, your left rear wheels are floating, are they? Yeah, they are. Oh no, I don't think they are. I think they're bang on the runway there, taxiway there, Jenna. It's perfect. It's just the shadow with a low sun. Right, let's do the before takeoff checklist for line.
Before takeoff checklist to the line. Config.
Check.
Flaps.
Flips 5 set. Green light.
Heavy traffic, I'll bump into Alpha Mike 42.
Takeoff briefing.
So takeoff briefing, we've got Pax Auto bleeds on V-speed set for departure. They are 34, 35, 44 set. The departure is the Ilder 9 Whiskey, straight ahead to Bravo, Mike November, that's a right turn, eventually inbound to Delta Whiskey 272. Stop altitude is 4,000 feet. Any DP 2, any problems will climb straight ahead to 3,000 feet, which is the MSA, and we'll go from there. So that is reviewed.
Cabin.
Secure.
Before takeoff checklist completed to the line.
Excellent. So there's Foxtrots. We've got our colleagues taking off. There he is. We'll just check, make sure there's no one on final on VATSIM. It's all clear, so we'll advise we are lining up. Lights on as well. We'll say we're just taking off. So strobes. LNAV. Why is it not taking LNAV? Not sure. Should take LNAV. It's a straight line. It's because the flight directors are off. Yeah. LNAV. Transponder TARA. There we are. So MCP is set. Transponder TARA. Strobe lights are on. And landing lights are on. Clear for takeoff. Checks complete. Now back at 2 Papa Romeo is taking off runway 27. Beautiful. So let's just get ourselves lined up. Looking good. Bit of a pants line-up. Toga's in chat. Yoke cam is on. There we are. It's at about 40%. A bit more. There we are. Stabilise. Push toga. Set takeoff thrust. There we are. Takeoff thrust set. Indications all. Crosswind coming in there. Too busy looking at the yoke cam actually. Make sure it's on. Checked. Ah, what we're doing live. Look, I'm all over the place now. And for the thrust lever at V1.
V1 rotate.
Go. That's nice. And through that dead band, and we're airborne.
Positive rate.
Gears coming up. I forgot to match the flipping heading bug. This is the problem. The heading bug.
400.
Gears up. My heading bug was all off. It's because I reloaded the sim, remember? Because usually it would already be set to your runway heading. Yeah, that's why the flight director started commanding. There's always a reason for everything. Unbelievable.
1000.
Let's check. So we can now bug up. It's so slow. I'm going to have to do it manually. No, that's better. There's N1. So slowly lower the nose. So the flight director should have been fine-tuned slightly by ZIBO. Flap 1 is a lot smoother now, which is great. And flaps up. Looking good. Remember, there's no ATC, so I imagine we've contacted Langer or whoever it is. No, not Langer, too far north. And they've just said climb flight level 100, so that is set. VNAV set standard, and passing 3-5 flight level 100 after taking the checklist. So pitching nose down to get the aircraft to accelerate. Yeah, it's just much more responsive than the level up, so you know, making much smaller inputs to get the desired result. I'm trying to get my words out. We also have to trim nose down as the aircraft accelerates. Imagine the have to take off checklist is complete. That will be completed by pilot monitoring. Very nice. On our way. Yeah, that takeoff. So I've got the 80 knots call, and because I was too busy making sure the yoke cam was on, instead of releasing the forward pressure, I took my hand off the thrust lever. It's the one wrong muscle memory. But obviously, streaming is a lot more distractions. There we are, mostly in trim. And that climb rate, you know, I think it was to do with the drag model. The level up is climbing a lot slower than it should because of the drag. We only weigh at the moment about 63 tons, and we have full climb thrust here, so climbing at 4,000 feet per minute is exactly what I'd expect at this lower altitude. Looking good. There we are, so we're all pretty much in trim. There we are, so I'll engage the autopilots. There we are, verified command A. Nicely done. Tower just came on at Bremen as if. You need to go another arm for streaming. Yeah, as you think your yoke cam, you can see all the other things I have to do to control the views.
1,000 to go.
Shit. Right, let's go straight up to our cruise level, which is 360. And that's on the overhead panel, MCP, and the FMC. There we are. Do the pre-cruise check. So fuel, 4 pumps. And we've got 6 tons, 4.0, and set, recall. There we are, pre-cruise checks complete, on our way. Nice. Yeah, so within the limitations of a desktop simulator, if I was to directly compare, based on my experience, the ZIBO mod to the level up from a handling perspective, the level up, the ZIBO up is considerably better. And I'm, you know, you could argue I'm biased because I do provide feedback for the ZIBO mod, but you know, it's just the honest. It's what it's like. The ZIBO mod has of 10 plus 737 pilots providing feedback directly to ZIBO. It's been in development for what, 4 years now, if not more, and it's just a bit more complete with regards to the flight model. Level Up is, don't forget, Level Up is what, 2 months old? It's been in development for a long time, but they're very much going to be reliant on feedback from the community to improve things. But yeah, the speeds, the climb, the angle we're climbing at here is a lot more what I'd expect it to be, based on our gross weight at the moment, about 60 tons. Engine anti-ice coming on. Using the yoke today. Looking good. Years of weekly updates, yeah, pretty much list of it. Yeah, they haven't done any updates on the level yet, have they? But from what I understand, someone came in today and said that they are going to be updating it soon, which is good. Sweet. Also, ETA 16:05, that's got to be around sunset in the UK at the moment. Still, well, not quite 4 hours behind because obviously we had to reset the clock and stuff. So 16:05 in the sim. Sunset today in Blackpool was the. Let's have a look here at the weather app. Oh, really? No, I can't be right. Oh yeah, 16:51. Perfect. Oh yeah, we'll be touching down before sunset. So look, as we climb, you see that wind picking up as well. Pretty much on top of that cloud then, so see what's coming off. Beautiful. Pad ZIBO is fairly heavy on CPU compared to some of the Tolis 321, for example, is much lighter. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I was quite CPU bound on my old PC, and I don't know much about PCs, but I've got a 12 Gen i7, this one, and much quicker with that one. Miles, hi Captain. Having trouble getting average and top climb wins on the first page of SimBrief. You need to select Ryanair as your SimBrief profile, and then you'll be able to have the top climb and average wins. Beautiful. This is actually the first ever time we've streamed into Blackpool. I've been here before. I think we've been to most UK airports from now. Ah, look who's just walked in. I think everyone's been asking to see you today. Hey, buddy. Oh, would you like some peanut butter? He's a bit stiff, actually, from his walk today. I threw the ball quite a lot. He's, how old is he this year? 7, 8? And, classic labs, they get quite stiff. He's okay. Might not jump on my lap, though. I will if I get peanut butter. Hold on, let me put on Jack Cam. Yeah, /O Cam. Jack, some peanut butter without ripping my headset off. Come here then. Up, up. Watch your head, you're going to bang your head there, bud. Need to move the laptop out of the way. Come here. He'll come up. Up, up, up. Oh, yeah, that's nice. You want some peanut butter? There you go, let's pop you right in front of Yoke Cam. There we go. This is dog-friendly peanut butter, ladies and gentlemen. Look, they only ever come to see you, not me. Yeah, let's put you right in front of the camera. Oh yeah. Oh, bye then. Good boy. Oh yeah, it's more fun to be able to lick it down there. Very nice. My rough collie sends Jack her regards. Thanks, Pat. Awesome. Now he's staring at the peanut butter as if it's going to magically go from there to his mouth. Good boy. Peanut butter landing. Oh dear. Go on, on your bed. On your bed. Anthony, how do you find the Thrustmaster Frontals compared to the Bravo? I've not tried the Bravo, but I think the Bravo is probably a better quality product. I've heard good things. The Thrustmaster Quadrant, it's okay. It's not as good a quality as the. So the autophone disconnected. I think that's just because I was actually. There's a slight split. That's normal because I've got a split between my two thrusters. What was I going to say? Yeah, the quality of it isn't quite as good as the Yoke. As a practical as functionality goes, they're fine. I've not actually tried the Bravo, so I can't really give a direct comparison. It's been quiet on our routing today. There's a lot of ATC on, but we seem to be staying clear of most of it. It's been a bit more chill. Blackpool probably won't get much attention either. Russell, didn't stick your finger in peanut butter when you're flying. It was you that left the cockpit all sticky there. Oh, saying about the ATC, we've just been told to contact centre.
Continue descent 150, reboot 058.
Is that Schiphol? No.
Amsterdam, hello, Alpha Hotel, my career flight at 370, target 380. Alpha 2 Alpha Mike, hello, squawk 7346. 7346, Alpha 2 Alpha Mike. and 30 Quebec for spacing into Gatwick, fly heading to
So VATSIM tonight does its big velocity updates. Is it the network going offline?
Heading to 10,
I think it's like 10 o'clock tonight, UK time. Amsterdam goods, evening, Alpaca to Papa Romeo, climbing flight level 360, inbound to Ilda.
Alpaca to Papa Romeo, hello, squawk 6272.
6272, Alpaca to Papa Romeo.
Alpaca 2 Alpha Mike identified, climb to flight level 360 initially due to traffic above. Flight flight level 360 initially to traffic and packet to overlap.
Ben, I've paused Pilates videos to see chat. Brilliant.
KLM 9 Juliet Zulu, turn left heading 250. 250, right, France 11 Romeo Hotel, switch to Unicom, goodbye.
Air France 11 Romeo, turn Unicom, to Juliet Trump.
Because we've been having issues this eve. I'm just going to make sure the autosave's on there. Should be.
Emirates 9215 is back. Emirates 9215, Roger. And Emirates 9215, got a request when you have a moment. Stand by. Ryanair 40 Whiskey Mike, climb to flight level 370.
So, where is the autosave feature? Off? 5 minutes? I thought that was on.
Ryanair 40 Whiskey Mike, climb to flight level 370. Traffic level 370, Ryanair 40 Whiskey Mike. Alpaca 2 Papa Romeo is identified. Climb to flight level 320 now due to traffic cutoff.
Stop climb flight level 320, Alpaca 2 Papa Romeo. So 320 sets. Alpaca go 10 degrees.
Italia 17 Alpha, switch to Unicom, goodbye.
Hi Philippe, hope you're doing well.
Unicom, ciao. 9 Juliet Zulu, contact triple
And see, bar models, although around half scale, are very realistic in appearance and operation, but they have some quality control issues at the moment.
Alpine 85,
I have heard.
uniform after RT FedEx Bumpus.
Hi, approaching what to go?
RT Bumpus for Alpine 85, health uniform. Good evening, Amsterdam, Sleeper 73. We
Panic save, panic save.
370.
Got it in. I swear that was on before.
873, hello, identified.
That's another thing with, I think, obviously we're moving, the clouds in X-Plane don't move with the wind, so look, we've got 152 knot crosswind here, so moving us to the left, but look how we're moving away from the clouds. Look at this way, look. The clouds don't move.
9215, we're a little bit heavy for landing at Manchester.
So you know,
I just wonder if there's
obviously
any way
the clouds would
we
move with the wind, so obviously in the sim, in X-Plane, the clouds are static, they're stationary, but look how we're moving to the left in comparison to the clouds. You get no impression of that. We're moving with the clouds.
Change 30 Quebec, resume own navigation direct to Amriff. Direct to Amriff, GN30 Quebec.
Just leveling off at 320 for a short while, there is traffic above. Yeah, look at us move. That's a heck of a crosswind as well. Look at that, 155 knots. Look at the nose of our aeroplane is compared to our track, 260. Got 20 degrees of drift here.
London control on
1.7.1. Good
night, it's GN30
you would not be able to fly north. Boston.
7383, hello, identified. Alpine 85 Hotel Uniform, descend to flight level 70, contact approach 112, goedenavond.
Storm Glory, yeah, it's a lot of strong winds today. Actually, I could have probably picked a way of utilising that stream. Would do a kind of level up ZIBO MOD. We'll try and have a break in a bit, guys, so I didn't get any chance of a break in the turnaround because of the PC boot. Bit of an alpaca jam going on here, so that could be interesting. Actually, Blackpool shouldn't be too much of a problem because you can vacate quite quickly off runway 2.
And your flight level for the next few minutes. It will be left-hand turns then in the holdover outflow.
Weird strong crosswinds at cruise cause any discomfort for passengers, increase likelihood of turbulence. Sometimes. Really depends where the jet stream is. And temperature changes which affect your speed, but you could be in winds like this and it'd be very smooth. But usually it's a sign of some
okay, 340 is available at LevelUp. Left-hand turns and inbound on my heading Emirates 9215.
Down a bit. Have some peanut butter, that will keep you Cheers, Paul. It's dog-friendly peanut butter. apparently it is edible for humans. Oh, it's been, yeah, I think Amsterdam being hit by quite hard with the winds. Climb flight level 340, back at 2 Papa Romeo. Turned ATC down a little bit too low, couldn't hear it. Right. VNAV. Finn, how short's the runway at Blackpool? It's pretty short. It can accept a 737, no problem. About 1,700 metres, I think it is. Pavel, which part of the IR training do you consider most difficult? NDB approaches. When I first did that, it took me a long time to get my head around the whole, you know, your heading needed on the downwind track times. I've forgotten all of it. Holding and non-precision approaches in the Seneca. Single engine management as well. When I first started doing that, it was quite tricky. But you know, you give it the time to learn it and get comfortable.
Element keep up climb to flight level 180, yeah.
This wind.
Climb to 180, don't go. Okay, I'm on the bubble. Amsterdam radar, good day. Gravity 189, flight level 10 for 130. Gravity 139, climb flight level 250, proceed direct to
I'm going to have a takeaway tonight, guys, I've decided. I do have food in the fridge, but I'm not sure what to have.
250 and direct. Zonet, is this right? That is correct.
Mason, hardest approach you've flown in real life?
Direct Zonet, gravity 189.
Several circles to lands to undisclosed destinations, and
always mention lands are onto 2-1
usually it's not the difficulty of the approach, it's the weather, and most challenging conditions is when you have very strong winds, crosswinds approaching the crosswind max limit, or winds in excess of 50 knots down the runway, wind shear, it's not fun.
Alpaca to Papa Romeo, climb flight level 360, this is your final level, confirm.
Climb flight level 360, affirm, Alpaca 2 Papa Romeo. Perfect, 360 set, VNAV, and we verify that is set on the overhead panel, MCP, and flight management computer. Nice to have the VNAV button back, I like it.
Easy 251, Amsterdam. Easy 251, go ahead.
Alex,
for your descent planning, prepare level 170 and stay below.
They landed on the 4th attempt and the 747 after going divert to Brussels as well. That's not easy. So my operator, we can only fly a maximum of 2. And to fly a third approach, the weather conditions have to have improved by a factor of 2 or half or whatever. So, you know, if we were say doing strong crosswind landings and I had to do 2 missed approaches, to make a third approach that wind has to have halved, which is unlikely. So yeah, it's that's what we have. Same with visibility. If the visibility on 2 go arounds due to low visibility, the visibility needs to have doubled to commence a third approach. Yeah, I should think there's some good videos on YouTube. Right, just monitoring VNAV there. I should probably go for yes, just to slow down our rate of climb. I'm sat back and relaxed on the chair. There we are, VNAV 5, FMC speed.
Easy 1356, climbing to flight level 130, passing through 110. Easy 1356, hello, climb to flight level 250.
Can you send your reshade, bro?
250, easy
Don't use reshades, this is enhanced skyscapes, RR. So it provides better clouds and it does make the sky look a
give us
little
a
bit
heads
realistic.
up when we're able to fuel dump. It'll be around about 20 minutes.
Fuel dumping?
For fuel dump.
It's having a nightmare.
9215. Approved to start down fuel dump. Would you approve to start fuel dump? Numbers 9215, thank you.
Rui, hello, question. Don't you think the small up time of the 737 is too fast compared to the real thing? It is, Rui, and we've discussed this quite a lot on the channel. Explain 11 is quite limiting with regards to how it models a jet engine. So there's a curve, the thrust M1 curve, compared to your thrust lever position and the actual M1 you're getting is quite linear, it's quite straight. Whereas in reality, from ground idle 20% N1 to 40% takes a long time, in the real aircraft. From 40 to sort of max power, it's quite quick. To sort of compensate, you know, there has been some adjustments made to the ZIBO mod to make it a little bit more realistic, but obviously it's far better to have a more responsive engine in flight, so the responsiveness in flight is quite realistic, but the problem is on the ground, the spool up time for 20 to 40 has to be quite quick to compensate for that. So yeah, too fast on the ground, but in flight, for go arounds, takeoff powers, it's pretty good, it's not too far off.
251 request descent. 540 center 260. Flight level 269 851.
Herman, 3 North Shuttle aircraft attempted landing at Bergen this Saturday in a storm with 40 knots sustained. It's gusts up to 60. Lovely. Is that something you would attempt? So the maximum reported wind we could operate in is 60 knots, including the gust. So if it was 60, 45 gusting 60, we can land in that. That is the maximum. But if it was 61 knots reported, that's above the maximum. We couldn't actually land in those conditions. Very unusual to ever get those winds unless you have very strong, you know, an area of low pressure where the isobars are quite close. You've got very strong winds. Strongest winds I've ever landed 55. 55 knots, not fun. It's down the runway, but if it's a lot of terrain and you get a lot of wind shear and changes in wind direction and speed, it's very uncomfortable.
Thanks for the nice evening.
Scott Irvine, have you ever taxied in heavy snow, and do you have any sympathy for the China Cargo 747 pilot if you've seen that accident? We have seen it, we were discussing it earlier, Scott, and I do have sympathy for the pilots because, you know, at the end of the day it's pilot error, they made a mistake, and it'll probably cost them the captain's demotion, maybe worse, I hope not, but taxiing in those conditions is very challenging, and I was discussing it to some of the members in Discord. When you have low visibility, snow, or the taxiway's obscured, it can be very difficult to locate the taxiway. I mean, at night, at certain airports, at night, if it's raining, it can be very difficult to find the taxi line. You know, this is when it's unlit. If there's no lighting, it can be nearby impossible to see the taxi centre line. And what is also really difficult in these situations, if there's an old taxi line and they've scraped it up, when it's raining, it looks like a taxi line. And I've done it before where I've actually gone, crap, that's not the right line. Thankfully, it wasn't near any aprons or anything I could hit. I noticed quite quickly. So I do have my sympathies. It is very easy to sit from the comfort of your home on your sofa and watch a video like that and go, you absolute idiots, you know, yes, they made an error, but we're all human, we made mistakes, and it was unfortunate that that error drifting off I believe, from what I understand, they confused the runway edge line with the centre line, which, believe me, it is easy to do, especially if it's covered in snow and rain and low visibility, very easy to do. So what they perhaps could have done is discuss the threats associated with that a little bit beforehand, and the speed they were going was quite fast. I can only compare it to my operator. My operator, if the taxi was contaminated, our maximum taxi speed is 5 knots, and like they were doing, you know, nearly 15. I think it's a little bit too fast for those conditions, but there we go. Lubos, ZIBO himself, did you try engine spool up time in the latest version? You can try after landing during taxi to gate. I will look at that, Lubos. I did not know that had been adjusted. I will try my best to remember that after landing, but if that's been adjusted, very good. Certainly during takeoff power, it looked okay. Maybe a little slower, in fact, but I'll have a look. Cheers, ZIBO. Russell, Skipper, we're doing SRA approaches on Saturday. Have you ever done one in real life? I have, Russell. I've actually once requested an SRA approach. Well, the captain I was flying with did. And we did it. Basically, it's just talked down by radar. But unfortunately, the workload for the tower controller, he was quite busy, so he had to actually abandon the SRA approach halfway through. So look, can you see the runway? Happy for a visual? Like, yeah. And we briefed for a visual and the SRA anyway. So we just flew the rest visually. But yeah, an SRA approach is basically just a radar talk down. A few airports still do it. Gatwick can still do SRA approaches, I think, if their radar goes down. If their radar goes down, you idiot. If their ILS is down. Yeah, they need radar.
Tango, tag, Arctic, Alpha Romeo, Tango, India, Papa.
Anyway, over the southern part of the North Sea now, I believe. Bye bye Holland. Hello, study level streams. I notice that you never take off in VNAV, you always do bug up at M1. Is that a rule at your operator? And mine will take off in VNAV most of the time, less work, less call-outs. Yeah, my operator, we don't use VNAV for takeoff. We use, I can hear my voice there. When you push toga engages and you just simply bug up, I wouldn't say the workload's higher, less calls. All you're doing is what VNAV does by... Someone needs to turn my string down. What we need to do is increase the speed. There's no real workload issue. We were going to use VNAV takeoffs, but it was sort of said that we don't really, there's no benefit from using it. So we just stick with not using it. I do actually have a tutorial on VNAV takeoffs, so some people were quite interested in the differences. Daniel Silva says, top of descent? Question mark. Oh, top of descent, sir. Is at 15:43 and it's 20 in the sim, so 24 minutes from now. Cody, do you have a Navigraph subscription for the red plane to show on your every time? I do use Navigraph. Yes. Weather radar's got some returns, but with a tilt we'd have it in real life, we'd have nothing there. It's just sort of not like any significant weather. Northern Lights, is there an upper speed limit for the use of speed brake or the same as the airplane itself? There's no speed restriction, but if you're using speed brake at higher speeds, usually using it in descent, violence thrust, if you start using speed brake above 300 knots, you'll have a very high rate of descent if you're in level change, so you've got to be a bit careful with that.
Contact on the radar on 128.550. Bye-bye. Langen 12855 for thank you, bye-bye. Going on 7 Delta Sierra, turn left heading 060. Turn left heading 060, using small 7 Delta Sierra. Ryanair 7383, turn left heading 220. Left heading 220, Ryanair.
Cool. Sorry guys, I was just checking my phone. So yes, we are. To be fair to the level up, we're in the cruise, pretty much the same level, 1,000 feet lower now, same gross weight, and the N1 is about 85%. I think in the level up it was around that, to be fair. Maybe that was to do with the experimental flight model, which I have now turned off in the mod, because I think we took 600. I hadn't turned it off, but I think sometimes you can turn it off on or something, but we had a much higher N1 in the level up. Herman, this is the METAR from 3 nav flights attempting landing at Bergen. 37 gusting 63, great. CBs gusting 83 tempo. That's crazy. Yeah, you don't often see it above 80. Yeah, 80 knots, that's no fun. You wouldn't even attempt that. That's absolutely outrageous. Packback did not know the 737 could fly so high. Yeah, up to maximum altitude 41,000 feet. Yaroslav, do you think the default A330 and X-Plane 12 is going to be good enough for that sim? I think any of the default aircraft, as long as you can maintain an altitude of heading, load up, since start, you can technically use it on that sim. But it won't be as good as a payware quality A330. It'll be like the default 737 and default aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Decent dark weather in Bergen, my goodness. Did all those Norwegians divert? must have done with 80 knot winds. Takeoff's looking very dark for the amount of light still available. Why does it look like I'm behind a shadow of a moon or something? I've seen that before. It's very dark on that side. I know the sun's here, but just darker than I expected it to be.
Tempo again and expecting flight of 170 at table. Report.
What have I got in there? Oh, I think you actually might have said that, to be fair. After, yeah, the 4 for 10, wasn't it? Or no, is that one in terms of stamina? But yeah, wow. Looks like we're going to Unicom all down. Unicom, Alpaca 2 Papa Romeo. Cheerio. Beautiful. Guys, I'm actually going to take the opportunity now over on Unicom to have a quick break, because I've been sat here for 3.5 hours non-stop to stretch legs, and I'm going to just get some food ordered, so I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'll put you in stapler cam view, and hopefully when I get back we'll be in a good position to start the approach briefing into Blackpool. So, where is my stapler? Actually, I can actually show you the first time stapler cam in action. Actually, I don't use stapler cam anymore because the stapler isn't quite heavy enough. I've upgraded, are you ready? To a sellotape reel. That is what I use to hold down the rotational view, so you can enjoy the external camera. I just put it on the arrow key and go from there. Guys, I will be back in about 5 minutes or so. See you in a second. Thank you. banter. Thanks for that, guys. I've been waiting all stream to do that. Alex, what's the verdict? X-Plane 11 or Microsoft Flight Simulator? Depends what you want out of your sim. X-Plane 11 for the commercial jet airliners right now, and realistically handling aircraft. For GA, flying close to the ground, looking at the planet, replicating incredible detail. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yes, Andy, did you wash your hands? Anyway, how are we progressing? Ooh, traffic quite close. 10 miles ahead. Now 11 o'clock. Are you, sir? There he is. Not quite using velocity at the moment. Is that a colleague? It is. Oh no, it's Emirates 777. Funny enough, you'd say, looking at that, he's higher, wouldn't you? But you often get that same illusion in real life, especially with clouds in the background. You think, oh, he's higher or lower than us, but he's actually the same height, and it can look, you know, when you're looking at the traffic, you don't think that's the case. Very cool. Anyway, approaching east coast of UK, flying pretty much the same routing we had on the way here from Humberside Hull, and 77 miles away. So we'll start getting set up for the approach here. There we go. So 250 below 100. Forecast winds are in. 310, 200, 100. Very important when you got strong winds. Regardless, we always put the winds in, but when you got strong winds, it's good for VNAV. So we can update and make an accurate descent profile. 200, 33283. And 100, 327 at 53. And it's executed. EGNH in Blackpool, I'll just grab it off my phone, is 1026, so much higher pressure. Eastern Europe, which is getting battered by all these storms. Fixings we'll put in for runway 28. 10, 4, 3 times height. 36,000 feet, so 108. There we go. Blackpool is Echo Golf November Hotel. No arrivals at all, guys. Just approaches. -28. And there's no point in it. It does actually show Pole Hill off in the distance there, which is what we're going to be routing towards. Actually, if you have a look at the RNAV approach, we do have a waypoint on the extended centre line called MIFCO. So what I'm actually going to do is after Pole Hill route to MIFCO, and then the centre fix. It's quite common for them to route you towards waypoints on a different approach if you want to be flying another one. So MIFCO is just going to put us on the extended centre line a little bit earlier than it would for the centre fix. So yeah, let's have a look at the ILS. 10815 is the frequency. 10815. Pole Hill, I think we might as well put on standby 12.1. No, we're not going to use it. It's something to set. So frequencies, courses, 275. Minimum's 228. frequencies, courses, minimums. MSA Southeast is the highest, 3,500. There's no ATC, just straight in via that RNAV waypoint we made, which was a MIFCO. And we've got an EDDW 318. It's already there, 318. Switch over to ADF. 318. 318, perfect. Not much to say really, guys. Quite a short runway then. So, if you're on a direct arrival from Pole Hill VR, which is us, by ATC approval, leave Pole Hill on radial 272, descend to enter above 2,600 feet to intercept localizer course at 10 miles. When established, continue descent to enter above 2,000 feet. So, you know, if you were not to get any ATC, you could just do that there. Now, I should think the routing I've made can't be too far off it. Yeah, look at that. Pole Hill to MIFCO 272, radial 272. So it's basically, I think the way they built that is to actually get aircraft to route towards MIFCO. It's usually, that's how it's done. So we'll leave it as is, and the FMC is going to have the exact same effect as that. Procedure has no outer marker. All sensors also may be received on finals. Just be careful. Establish outside controlled airspace. So yeah, it's all uncontrolled airspace here. That's it. So landing on runway 28. It's 1800, so quite short, but sufficiently long. We can either vacate at Delta, where we came in, but the problem is you probably wouldn't do that in reality because there'll be aircraft waiting to line up at Delta if it was a commercial jet airliner like a 73 Echo for a light aircraft. But so what we'll do, we'll go to the end, vacate via Alpha, and then taxi on stand. So same as sort of Bremen earlier. So what I'll use, because it's quite short, flat 40, order brake 3, and we're going to burn 4.2, 900 kilos. So our landing weight's going to be 59.2. So yeah, the FMC textures aren't quite as nice as the level up one. No, flat 40 we said. Flat 40, order brake 3, and vacate Alpha. So yeah, that's it. Nice and simple. Top of set's about 40 miles. Still over the North Sea. High-speed stapler cab there we go. Actually, what FPS are we getting? We were getting 90 in the level up. So I actually get slightly more FPS. To be fair, we're not quite close enough to the UK. I think the FPS is very similar to the level up. Dave K, how do you get an aircraft to show up on your EFB? That's actually a good question. I think Avitab has some sort of input on that. You can see it on the Avitab map. Yes, I did wash my hands. JHL, how are military aircraft controlled from separation from passenger aircraft? Good question. I have heard military aircraft on the same frequency as us, and I've flown past lots of military aircraft in my career, and they're all maintaining levels. I think when they're in RVSO airspace they have to do. But regards to fast jet traffic, I don't know how exactly that works. George, do we know when X-Plane 12 is coming? I think this year. I don't think there's been any release date or anything yet.
Welcome.
Thanks for subscribing, Luke. Sahal, thoughts on the Qatar Airways placing 50 orders of the 737-10 MAX? Have they really? I didn't know that, Sahal. Is that in response to them cancelling their Airbus one? I mean, we discussed it already, but you guys, have you seen the damage to the A350s? From the dodgy paint, it's really quite bad. I've seen the video, the unlisted video that Qatar Airways have uploaded. It's quite bad. QB, do you use VREF from the init page in real life or from the external performance calculator? From the init page, QB, but it matches. It's the same table data it's using, so there's no difference. Oh, I didn't know they'd ordered 737 Maxes. I should think, yeah. they probably won't be buying any Airbuses at any time in the near future. They've had a big falling out with them, haven't they? I actually defended Airbus initially. I was saying, well, yeah, no, if you want to cancel Airbus, because it was Airbus that cancelled the aircraft at Etihad, wasn't it? Sorry, Qatar, not Etihad. And I was like, well, yeah, good for you, Airbus, if they're messing around and stuff. But then when I actually saw the damage to the A350, I was like, wow, this isn't just a bit of paint peeling. This is the entire paintwork of the aircraft coming off and exposing that. It's like a mesh they have to surround it, because obviously it's made out of composite materials and carbon fibre. It has to have this sort of to make it, in case of a lightning strike, make sure we conduct it away. It has to have this mesh around it. And it was all exposed. I was like, wow, it looks really bad. This aircraft was only 4 or 5 years old. About 20 miles from top to 7.
50, 40, 30, 20.
Thank you very much, Zach, for the 5. I really appreciate it, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for generosity.
I'm the Emirates in front of you going into Manchester. As always, a great stream.
Thank you.
You're going to my hometown of Lytham.
Lytham, where's that, Zach? I'm guessing near Blackpool, so thank you very much for your generosity. You're the Emirates, and I think you've just started your descent. Yes, there's the down arrow. So we'll wave to you. Goodbye, because I've already seen you. 11 o'clock. Ah, there you are. Is that just coincidental? You've done a flight from Dubai, and we've just managed to coincidentally end up just behind you. There you are, starting your descent. So that's really cool. Have a safe approach and flight into Manchester, sir. Thank you very much for your donation. Very cool. So we're taking the flight factor 757 tomorrow then. We're going to Zurich to try out the VATS and Velocity. I'll get it all installed and updated probably tomorrow morning, and I'll post the stream. I think that event is a quite late one, isn't it? Zurich, like 6 till 9 or something. We'll just do the one sector. I'll probably do it about an hour and a half long or something, just to see the velocity. Hello Pan, how do you interpret the traffic information on DND and the train info? So, unfortunately we just lost Zach in his 777, but no, there's other traffic. So, I mean, we're very reliant on the TCAS system. It's extremely reliable, and if we have any avoiding action to take, we only follow TCAS guidance, not from ATC. If ATC tell us to do something, we have to ignore them in events with TCAS RA. So you have other traffic there, which is displayed as a hollow diamond. He's 100 feet above our altitude. The arrow indicates that they're moving up or down, or descending up and down by at least 500 feet per minute. Plus, obviously, means above, minus below. When they get a little bit closer, it becomes proximate traffic. It's a filled-in white diamond. You then get something called a TA, which is a yellow circle. That's 45 seconds till projected impact. And you'll get a traffic advisory from the TCAS system. We don't need to do anything at that stage. We just want to monitor where they are and see where they are. And if the impact's within 25 seconds, you get an RA, a resolution advisory, which is a red box. You get guidance on the PFD appear, telling you what attitude you need to pitch to. You just pitch outside of that, and you have to disconnect all the automation, ignore the flight director guidance, and fly the aeroplane. I have had an RA, actually, not that long ago as well. I had an RA at the beginning of the year, no, end of last year as well, which is, yeah, it's it's super serious. It's reportable, and it usually has to be follow-up action. But out of all the manoeuvres you have to complete, it's probably the simplest one. But anything that involves, disconnecting the automation and having to take avoiding action is pretty serious. So yeah, thankfully it was a Spanish ATC issue, which wouldn't come as a surprise many. Not disrespecting my colleagues or my Spanish ATC friends, but sometimes, yeah. What was a bit annoying was we got the RA and they still continued to give us instructions. It took me 3 times to say that I had a TCAS RA until they actually shut up. That was a little bit not great. Got to understand that when we get an RA, that we have to follow that manoeuvre. They're just meant to say Roger, and they just kept saying turn, send, all this. I said no, TCAS, unable TCAS RA. It was the 3rd attempt that they actually went, oh okay, yeah, we've messed up here. Anyway, top of descent, ladies and gentlemen. Let's descend. There's no restrictions, no star, nothing. Let's just dial in a lower level, 100, and let VNAV do its thing. Now this seems quite unusual for some people, but when it's very quiet, in this case it's no ATC. I've flown into arrivals where I've had from cruise level at 38,000 feet. Yeah, cleared descent to 3,000 feet. QNH 1013 cleared approach. If it's that quiet, there's no airspace there. Aircraft gamer, if you get a TA, do you tell AT? No need for a TA, but RA, absolutely. This to me says really, yep. Yep, it's pretty bad.
50, 40, 30, 20.
Ranger
10.
Bob, thank you very much for the $10, so I hope you're doing well. Very well stateside, thank you.
Thanks for making my hobby more enjoyable.
Oh, you're most welcome, Ranger Bob. I'm very happy that my streams help make your flight sim experience more enjoyable. That's what I like to hear. Yeah, I like to just show you what we do in real life, and especially in aircraft like this. So we just crack on and enjoy it, and I hope you can replicate some of that in your simulator. Cheers, Ranger Bob. Hope you're doing well stateside, and thank you for your generosity. So there you go. You can already see in descent here. Even though we've got a whopping great big wind, the ZIBO mod is taking that wind into calculation to calculate an idle descent path, and it's holding on to its speed really nicely. In fact, what it's doing is maintaining the cruise Mach number until we transition to 284 knots, and it'll then change onto it. So the drag model on this is very good. VNAV accordingly then the aircraft is able to follow VNAV quite accurately with idle power. See, the thrust is at a completed idle. I'll just move my thrust levers again. There we go. Still on the takeoff power setting. Sometimes the mod's not perfect, the speed drops off. Sometimes the real aircraft speed drops off as well, or it goes too fast, you get drag required messages in the FMC. Happens, especially when the wind's quite strong. Hello Presmo Gaming, hello from Blackpool. Quite windy evening, have a butter, will do. I don't think it's too windy at the airport though, I think we're okay. Yeah, Blackpool's fine, it's 290 at 15, it's a bit windy, but not nothing that's limiting. Not the 80 knot winds they're having in Bergen. Oh look, they've just turned all the lighting on in the UK at the same time. Just saw that. There's Orbeck's True Earth below. Not much that we can see though, because the sun's close to setting. Can't see much detail. It's exactly as you'd expect in real life. Okay, 25. I flew the 0.51 version yesterday. Which one? 26? There's so many. Had a magenta area on the speed tape during descent. Was that now a removed feature or a bug? Magenta area on the speed tape. So had a magenta here. Maybe the MPS. We do MPS scans. I don't know. Sounds like a bug. So you can see. Look, we just went to FMC speed retard. Oh no, I think that was just because we were approached to the point where we were descending, but yeah, you can see it's not perfect, but now we're on there. Thrust levers are closed. You can see the speed is actually slowly dropping off. Again, limitations in the sim. The wind today will be having an impact, but it's spot on, usually quite close. The real aircraft can do that as well. The VNAV speed band, QV111, that might be an option from Boeing. We don't have that on ours. Wind farms. Not really enjoying the best of Orbeck's True Earth, but for the sake of the beautiful sunset, leave it as it is. PX7 iOS, when is the comparison? Well, the stream is sort of like a, it's not a comparison for 4 hours, but we'll have a sort of brief summary. I mean, it's already been sort of explained. I just wanted to put the two aircraft together so you can sort of see the difference here. Now, I've just realised we've got FMC speed coming on a bit too low, 5 knots. I think there's actually an option in the mod to change it. At my operator, it's 15. So, if we go to general config, where on earth is this going to be? Probably mess. Here we are. Yeah, 15 knots. That's my operator. Maybe there must be an option then for other airlines to have it less than 15, but ours is 15. Just make sure to save that. So yeah, we'll have a bit of a brick overview again after we've landed. But yeah. Level Up definitely wins the sounds and textures and quality of the modelling. ZIBO trumps it when it comes to the flight model, how it behaves when handling. That's essentially the briefest comparison, which sort of explains exactly as it is. Herman, what do you think about there not being centralised here in X-Plane 12? For me, not the biggest problem. It is great in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I use Ortho 4XP. I'm guessing in time that will work in X-Plane 12 as well. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's not. It's great to have. Obviously, in Microsoft Flight Simulator, it's amazing to have for GA. And when we did the stream last week in the Twin Otter in Iceland, it looked amazing. But for me, as long as the aircraft handle accurately, that's what's important. As I'm just answered your question, bait Tracer. So yeah, for me, the ZIBO, and again, I could be slightly biased in saying that because I do still continue to provide feedback to ZIBO directly. And as I've mentioned already, ZIBO mod is 4 years. I wonder actually if you actually counted how many times it's been updated. If you take every update into account, it's got to be in excess of 1,000 updates. I mean, even in the last week, he said about 4. But I do, like I said, the level up is a model. It's much nicer, nice, crisp and clear textures. Got to remember, I think as someone just alluded to there, both are completely free to download, and that's what a lot of people forget. The fact that I use to sort of demonstrate and show you how I fly 737 in real life, an aircraft that is completely free, sort of, you know, shows you how good and how much work's gone into it. The same applies to Level Up. That is free as well. Completely free to download. So you know, the flight model needs tweaking and changing, but both of them, you just need to explain as a bare minimum, and you can have it installed. And that's what you've got to remember. There you go. So you look. Bear in mind that we had a 5-knot VNAV compensation. Look how well it's holding the speed. It's just about 6 knots off its target speed. Idle thrust, completely idle. It's doing a really good job, and that's what I'd expect from the real aircraft. And don't forget, the VNAV path is taking into account the winds that we put in the descent page information. That's all modelled. So if I didn't put any descent wind in, VNAV would be, as per the real aircraft, not as accurate. A QB 111, will the ZIBO work in X-Plane 12? 100% will be compatible. Bay, you're a 737 pilot, and for fly, what is your choice? Are you saying who I work for, or what's my choice of airplane? Not sure what you're referring to. Well, regarding who I work for, that is a commonly asked question. That's something I don't disclose. Thanks for respecting my privacy on that. In regards to what is your favourite choice, fly in real life. It's easier. Jordan, do you prefer the ZIBO over Level Up as it is at the moment? Yes. Anyway, seatbelt sign on. It's already on, so just refresh that. Don't know what the traffic situation is here going into Blackpool. We are still on the VATSIM. Let's have a look here. Alright, there's an Alpaca 2 Alpha bike straight ahead of us. And there's no one behind us, so what I'm going to do is start slowing down, because the separation, I don't know what height he's at, but the separation is too close to the approach. So what I'm going to do is update our descent target speed. Let's put in let's go to 250 now. Now that's going to put me slightly, actually not too far on profile, so just slightly below. So we just monitor VNAV. VNAV's going to pitch up now to recapture that profile and update the target speed. Yeah, stuff. I guess so. Yeah, I should think most devs will make their stuff compatible. It was an X-Plane 11. are. So back on profile, a little bit high on speed, but that's fine. Seb Slater, is a new VATSIM update live already? No, that's 10 o'clock tonight, so in a couple of hours. T-Parts and ZIBO always gets slow on descent occasionally, but so does the real aircraft. It's not as bad as LevelUp, which constantly bleeds off speed. So I'm sort of just demonstrating.
We are coming to 10.
Demonstrating how
That's not a problem.
good
Sure,
it is. It's
we're
really
going
good.
to vector 030 degrees to avoid the approach traffic on the airline.
Is that to Blackpool? So I'm going to slow down further now. Look, 'cause this aircraft is very close ahead of us.
When you're about 40 metres up,
It's a shame we can't see him on TCAS, but I think he's got 10 miles. What I'm going to do now is, I want to, so you're happy, look, VNAV, on path, idle power, 251 knots. It's perfect in the mod, but I'm now going to start doing things my own way just to create a bit of space.
29, lining up Manchester, runway 23 right.
And this is just to create a little bit of separation. So, do. Turn the music off. I'm going to get the speed brake out because obviously that's going to put us high on profile because I've updated the speed to 220 knots. Speed brake's extended. Michael, this might be a silly question, but there's a way to change VNAV descent angle. At top descent, I find it dives down to 3,500 feet per minute instead of a gentle glide. But Michael Tizard, that's exactly how it works. I mentioned it so many times on streams before. Rates of descent in excess of 4,000 or 5,000 feet per minute in real life are not unusual. If you're descending at a high cost index, say in excess of cost index of 30, 40 or 50, your descent speed is going to be over 280 knots. To maintain 280 knots with idle thrust, you need to do about 2,500 to 3,000 feet per minute. If you get a bit high on profile, the aircraft will dive. So on the line, a high rate of descent will be 5,500 feet per minute, but you wouldn't notice anything in the cabin. So what you think is unusual or incorrect is actually perfect. It's exactly how it would be working in real life. Who's that that's doing a minimum approach speed? I hope it's not that guy ahead. I can't go much slower than 220 at this stage, but I've slowed right down already and very far out. There we are. So QNH will set now. We're going to go down to 3,000.
Shuttle 2 kilo, go round, go round, acknowledge, fly heading 270 degrees.
Who's providing ATC on Unicom? Are you allowed to do that?
Shuttle 2 kilo, we're going around, we're going to follow the standard bus.
I didn't know people on VATS on Unicom could be ATC. It's instructed someone to go around. So start again, 220 knots, speed brake extended, waiting for VNAV to catch up. And we have about 30 miles, that looks perfect. We'll do the post-cruise checks. Fuel, 4 pumps, lights. Angle will pop on now. Angle of bank is set to 25 degrees. Pressurization is good. Seatbelts on recall. There we are. Checks complete. And VNAV.
Thanks for that. You were just right behind. I was right behind you, so I didn't pass on it to you.
Domino Mosini, he's 7,000 feet below us. What's he doing down there? I think I'm going to have to log off. What's his speed? Let me have a look here on the VATSIM map. Might have to log off here just because this guy's slowed right down very early. So I'm doing at 220 knots, a ground speed of 218. Oh, this guy's doing 180 knots. Why is he doing 180 knots ground speed? This guy below us is going to be doing 170 knots indicated. Yeah, I'm going to log off because it's not going to work. Yeah, there's no ATC, guys. I've popped off. The reason is just, you know, it's all perfectly on profile. I wanted to really demonstrate VNAV here, 220. So yeah, I don't know if that guy was just sort of catching up on purpose, but he was doing 170 knots in, well, his ground speed was I'm doing 217, but oh, he's doing 231. It says on mine he's doing Hold on. Saying his ground speed is 182 knots. That's all good. It's one of the members anyway. It's not done on purpose, I know that. But it's just to make a bit of separation. Aaron, why would you log off? Just do a 360. You know, I do like being on VATSIM, but if there's no ATC, you know, it's coordinating it. It's just unrealistic. Like doing 360s because of a separation like that, you wouldn't have ever gotten to a situation. So I usually just sort of situation there. But yeah. Oh, Mark, yeah, don't worry, Mark. There's nothing you've wrong. Gone below 220. Yeah, 220. It's very slow, very early. So I would have, you know, I'd be doing 250 knots until about 20 miles out. If you're doing 220 at that stage, it's way too slow. I've been doing 220 for about 4 or 5 minutes now. But it's all cool. It's all cool. Yeah, don't apologise. You don't need to apologise at all, Mark. No problem. There's no ATC. It's impossible to coordinate. Don't need to apologise. Cool. Right, let's do the approach checklist. Frequencies, 10815, 10815, got the idents, India Bravo Papa Lima, India Bravo Papa Lima, fixed rings, 10-4, standbys, and 275, 275, and we'll do the approach checks, outs instruments set, cross checked, approach aids, checked and set, raw data ILS, ladies and gentlemen, hand flying. There's another reason I wanted to log off, because trying to coordinate Unicom hand flying, it's going to be almost impossible. Start switches, recall. I'm just going to get everything done now. And I just need to configure. Right, let's do it. Yoke cam on. I think it would be more fun for me to hand fly and not have to worry about other traffic. If it was ATC with coordination, it would be a little bit better. So, let's disconnect the autopilot and disconnect the auto throttle. Turn off the flight directors. And we're coming onto the glide slope now as well, so there's no point arming approach or anything like that. There's no flight directors on or anything like that, so we can go to the centre fix 275. It's in trim, so I shouldn't need to make any inputs at the moment. Execute, that will help increase my situational awareness with regards to where the localizer is. And we can go flap 1 here. So there's a bit of a balloon with flap 1, just a little bit too early. There's the balloon with flap 1, just keep it descending now, and flap 1 checked, flap 5, already at idle, and we just want to keep it descend on the ILS, on the glide slope, we'll match the speed to the flap 5 speed as well. GNTI is coming on. This is where it gets very, very, very difficult to hand fly and do all the stuff you need to do. Perfect. So glide slope capture, what's the missed approach attitude? 2,000, so 2,000 feet is set. Perfect. Right, just watch that rate of descent a little bit too high. And we're now on the extended centre line. So I'm just going to track about 275. Perfect. Just looked at chat for 1 second. We start doing a dirty dive. There we are, so we're on the extended sense line. Engine anti-ice is on. Approaching the flat 5 speed. And you'll see once I get sort of established on the glide slope, I've got quite a strong headwind, so I will need to add a little bit of thrust. If there was no headwind, sort of required rate of descent to say on this glide slope would be about 700 feet per minute. 800 feet, because our ground speed's a lot lower, we need to do a shallower rate of descent to say on the glide slope, so that means we have to add a little bit of thrust to maintain the flat 5 speed, but you already can tell you it's a lot less draggier than the level up. Looking good here. Yeah, a very nice setup. Thank you, Pag. Just watch. So what I'm looking at, I wish I could describe my scan to you a little better. I'm looking here. I know that 275 is going to keep me on the localizer because it's saying 278. I will drift right. I always forget this airport here in Blackpool. Easily confused with Blackpool Airport. I think that actually mentions that in the airfield briefing. Just a bit of split there between the thrust. Right, back on onto the localizer, so there's 275 coming in. Pitch power is exactly where I'd expect it to be. It's very nice. John, what's going on? I'm just reading chat. So something about Gentleman Never Tell. Just did you kiss much? What? What's going on in chat? Oh, you're distracting me. Speed. So when you add thrust, you have to pitch nose down because there's that thrust pitch couple as well. So you have to sort of compensate for that. Runway's in sight straight ahead anyway. Look at these colours, mega.
2,500.
That is good. PM will make sure he's got terrain selected. So that crosswind's slightly from the right, not too bad. Don't worry, that's not the runway down to the left on the left-hand window. Be a little bit off if that was the case. Get the engine anti-ice off now. Engine anti-ice off. I figured about 5 miles today. So just to show you sort of, if I make some big input, see that roll rate? Much closer to the real aircraft. In fact, I'd say it's a little bit too slow. But level up, you know, you'd have to make much larger inputs, would be a lot more delayed, so this is much closer. Just drifting off the localizer slightly, so it's a track 274, there's 5 miles, so gear down. Oops, there we are. Flap 15. Match speed and landing checklist. There's the balloon from the flaps. So start switches are already continuous. Recall. We shall now check speed brake arm, landing gear down, 3 green order brake is set. Flap 25, which we use as an intermittent flap setting for flap 40 usually, and make sure below 162 knots before selecting flap 40. Match speed. Looking good. So flaps 40 green light, lights are on. Check's complete. Just get the speed back to VRA +5. We'll need about 60% to maintain that speed. Attitude's perfect. Thrust is exactly where I'd expect it to be as well.
1,000.
Oh, that is nice. Checked. Yeah. Very good. 62%. Just right. Attitude's usually on the horizon. Flat 40 where it is. Looking really good, guys. Quite a short runway. You can see the theme park. You can see Blackpool Tower just coming into the windscreen on the right-hand side. Just getting back onto the glide slope, just a tad low there. So add a little bit of thrust just so the speed doesn't drop back. A bit of a crosswind here. Keep it descending. Keep the aiming point being the Pappies at the same point in the windscreen, and you won't go far wrong.
500.
Checked. Very nice. Speed's good. On glide, on lock. A little bit left of centre line. Small changes at this stage.
300.
Checked.
100.
Checked. Keep descending now. Don't chase the glide slope or the Pappies too much, but just make sure you sort of stay in the window. There we are.
Minimum.
Continue. Keep descending now. Don't shy away from the runway.
50, 40, 30.
Check.
20.
Close.
10.
Left rudder. Hold the attitude. Oh, another. Oh no! My landings have been off. A bit of a bounce. Speed breaks up. Oh dear. Reverses. Oh dear. Oh dear. 100 knots. Cancelling reverse, manual braking. Oh dear, no putters today. To be fair, good landing for Blackpool. That's my excuse. 6 knots. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Blackpool. I thought I got it there. But you saw during the flare, the input I made was good. The level up I had to really, I was full back and it didn't really flare much at all. I was just a little bit late there, but no, on a runway like this, I want to get it down on the deck. That's my excuse anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome for the first ever time to Blackpool on a live stream. Very nice. Very good. Just let it roll to the end, and then the taxiway just, I think, takes you straight off. Snow the speed brake, flaps can come up. Yeah, 2 adequate landings today. Not good enough. There we go. Right. Oh yeah, we've got no APU, remember? So quite a narrow taxiway here. Got to be very careful. Don't cut any corners. You have to make sure the main gear is on the taxi line at all times, so just slightly overshoot the taxi line on tight turns. Concord will be pretty challenging to taxi here. But very good. Out off. Turn that at 2 off. We'll do a full shutdown flow. We'll do the checklist as well. We should be able to hear it when the engines are off. Flight directors are off from our raw data. There we are. We'll set that to 100. Start switches off. These can come off as well. Probe heat off as well. Weather radar off. I think we're all good. So yeah, sorry I popped off of that sim. And Marco, if you're still there, don't worry. It was nothing to do with you there. Just because you were directly on top of me, and I really wanted to do sort of like a raw data, demonstrate that the handling differences for that level up. It was just easier to log off. If there's no ATC coordinating anything, it can be a bit more difficult. What happened to the APU? We're just sort of simulating it's not working today, Stephen. So we imagine it broke in Bremen and we dispatched without one. And yeah, no crashes on the way back, which is good. We'll go back to the stand we started on, which I think was this one here, stand 2. So again, good shutdown engine number 2, pulling on to stand. We would ideally have called ahead. If you have no APU and you know that's the fact, you try and get hold of the handling agency so they know before you arrive on stand that you need ground power connected. There we are, so roll to the end. It's just stock Blackpool, guys. Oh look, back to the Lidl. To a halt here. There we are. Parking brake is set. So again, the ground power would need to be connected. We can shut the engines off. There we are. So GPU disconnected. GPU is now connected. 2 blues. There's your red. Engines dead. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. First ever time Blackpool. There we are. Noisy old GPU. I have to go back a little bit here. There we are. That's better. Beautiful. Very nice. Unbelievable, Sammy. Today you broke it with that landing. Oh my goodness me, if it's a butter, if it's not a butter, that's it. Oh dear. Losing your touchdown, boss, I know. No good, Aaron. My butters have gone all over. I need to get back in the Felis 7.4. Call the chief pilot. Unbelievable. Didn't you fly with Blériot in Blackpool? I did, Dodo Mosina, but that was just a bit of a fun stream on the charity stream. Excellent. Such a hard landing. He broke the APU. Unbelievable. Blah, blah, blah. Spilled the gin and tonic. Unbelievable. Brutal. Senior for Blackpool, it was Orbex True F, Prisma Gaming. Frozen butter, great stream. Oh, I couldn't use my butter emoji, unbelievable. Or my butter sound bite, that's a shame. Right, anti-collision light off, and let's now do the full shutdown checklist. So that needs to come off, that needs to come off, and the fuel pump's off. And it's very quiet today. I need to try and get that fixed for the next stream, but let's do the shutdown checklist. I can't even hear it. Yeah. Guys, can you hear that at all? I can't hear anything. So something's happening with the volume where it was really quiet, and now it's nothing. Oh, I can hear it, but it's so quiet. Yeah, it's going, but it's like a 1% volume. It's very strange. I can hear it, guys. It's super faint, but it's like the volume changes automatically. So imagine that's done anyway. Cool. Well, that's it for today. I'll pop ourselves. Is it? Can I hear it now?
Start levers.
It's going. Listen.
Weather radar. Off. Transponder.
It's just so quiet. And if I go here, it's fly with lure. And then it's audio checklist. Preferences. Yeah, I've got it set to 100% volume. So, anyway, we'll get to the bottom of that. It's only my version that seems to be broke. I think everyone else is working. But Whisper FO exactly listed it. Awesome stuff. So we're already logged off. And I'll actually disconnect the GPU. There you go, that's what happens. Exactly right, if you lose AC power. And we'll now cue the replay. Hopefully, having done that, it won't cause any problems with the replay and all the animation. We'll soon find out. Oh, yeah, I forgot to put the funky replay music on. Oh my god, there was awkward silence you get when you forget to put the funky replay music on. Let me see to that here. Oh, there we go, that's better. Let's pop ourselves back on the approach. Yeah, it's actually working fine. So the approach was good. I was happy with the raw data. A little bit late with the flare. It was a firm landing, but yeah, it was acceptable. Yeah, I just checked a little bit too low. There's the rudder. Yeah, a bit firm. Little bounce. Bit of an excessive ground effect in X-Plane, so it wouldn't bounce as much as that. It would bounce if you did a very hard landing, but yeah, that would be firm enough with the speed brake lift up was coming up. It would really push onto the main gear. Check wasn't quite enough. It looks a lot worse from there than it actually was. You guys are so a bit firm, unbelievable, so harsh. Oh dear, oh dear. I've got a tower view. We do, but I've got a funny feeling we might not be able to see it. Did you see it? Yes. Maybe we can. We can just about see it. Let's have a look from here. Check, close, yeah, it's just a little bit higher rate of descent. And that's it. Some people would say dangerous pilots, unqualified, don't know what they're doing, blah blah blah. Yes. Unfortunately, there's building in the way. Excellent, well, that's it for today. We're going to do that. Oh no, we're not going to be able to see Blackpool Tower, are we? I could face forward, but then we wouldn't have the wing view. Actually, no, hold on. Put ourselves back here. We've got to try and see Blackpool Tower and Blackpool on the approach. I think I'm going to have to go to a rear view and then look forward towards the wing. Hopefully I'll get... Ah yes, that's the one. I'll go a little bit further back. Yes, there we are. You can then enjoy a little bit of Blackpool. You might not want to enjoy Blackpool, but it's nice to have all the orbits true. I've enjoyed the scenery we can see. Anyway, guys, as ever, thank you very much for coming into another Flight Deck Sim live stream. It's great fun, giving you a bit of a comparison to the ZIBO MOD 737 and Level Up, which we covered in depth today. As I mentioned, if you look at my first Level Up stream, I gave a bit of an overview on the pinned comments section, which you'll see my main differences between the two. As I mentioned, this flight model just needs tweaking. But the ZIBO MOD handles better, but the textures and sounds with the Level Up are better as well. But they're the main differences. As ever, all my viewers and subscribers, thank you so much for coming in. Don't forget to like the video on the way out. To all the people that donated today, thank you very much for your generosity. To all the members, thank you very much for your continued support. Plan is, if there's no changes to my plans tomorrow, I'll be streaming again in I believe the Flight Factor 757. We're going to go try out the new VATSIM, or see the VATSIM Velocity in action, see some other traffic, and see how they behave. It's looking very exciting for VATSIM. I'm looking forward to seeing how that all works tomorrow with you guys. Be around the same time tomorrow, but maybe a bit later, about 5 or 6. Awesome stuff, take care, and I'll see you all soon. Bye bye for now.
time.